Test. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Tuesday, June 18th. We're going to start our Board of Supervisors meeting. Can I ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you so much. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have Alicia Montoya, wish GMI, and for those of us who are not the acronym friends, it's Grants Management and Innovation Department, and you'll be here to lead us in the pledge. Thank you so much. And wait, and who is with you?
I'm sorry, this is Vanessa.
Vanessa Santa Cruz, are you in the same department?
Yes.
Yes, great. Thank you so much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And then we have the land acknowledgement statement, and Emerson Kuhn is here with us and will lead us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, esteemed Pima County Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you all, Chair Grijalva and her staff, for inviting me here today with the honor of reading the land acknowledgement. I am Emerson Kuhn. My pronouns are she and him, and I'm the Associate Director of LGBTQ+ Program Services for Southern Arizona AIDS Foundation. At SAFE, my team of dedicated professionals and volunteers run our LGBTQ+ and youth programs out of the Thornhill Lopez Center on 4th. Our mission at SAFE is to promote health, well-being, and social justice for those living with HIV and AIDS, the LGBTQ+ community, and others marginalized by society. To be invited here in recognition of Pride Month is a humbling experience, and I cannot thank you enough for thinking of us and showing your support as our allies and leaders. As you know, Tucson celebrates Pride in the fall when the weather's a bit nicer, but Pride Month is actually in June in recognition of the first Pride, which was a riot in response to discriminatory raids on a gay bar called the Stonewall Inn in New York City on June 28, 1969. Since then, the LGBTQ+ community has seen many advancements in our human rights, but we remain a target of bigotry and hatred all these years later. I cannot thank you enough for inviting me and our organization here today to read this land acknowledgement.
Thank you.
On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Next, we have Pause for Pause. And a tiny little sleepy friend. Look at them. Oh. Also, just a reminder, available for adoption. Everybody. Cutie pie.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva and board members of the board. My name is Monica Dangler. I am the director at Pima Animal Care Center, and today I brought, she's pretending to be sleepy, Daphne. She's a cute little 8-week-old puppy. I don't know what kind, but yes, she is available for adoption. She looks like she'll probably be like a medium or small breed dog. So if anybody's looking to adopt, she's available, as well as 478 of her friends, or 87 of her friends, I'm not sure, a lot, are available. All dogs and puppies are available for free adoption, and there's just a $20 licensing fee when you adopt. Right now, PAC is getting ready to offer a free vaccine, microchip, and ID tag event on June 26th at PAC. We're hoping that we can help keep pets with their families, help keep families safe and healthy by providing these services, thanks to Petco Love and Friends of PAC. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay, agenda adjustments.
On the regular agenda, page 7, item 25, this is the presentation from the Arizona Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On page 9, item 33, this is resolution number 2024-29. It's the renaming of the Winston Reynolds Manzanita Regional Park multi-use fields 5 and 6 for Coach Juan F. Tadeo Jr. This item will be taken after the proclamations. On page 10, item 39, it is a contract with City of Tucson, CTCR 24475. This item requires approval prior to consideration of agenda item number 40. And then on page 10, item 40, the contract with the City of Tucson Amendment Number 1, CTCR 2446. Agenda item number 39 must be approved prior to consideration of this item. On page 14, item 68, under Development Services, it is the hearing for rezoning P23RZ00008. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. On the addendum, page 1, item 3, under Board, Commission, and/or Committee, there's a correction to the spelling on Tucson. It should be Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go on to our first proclamation. This is the presentation of proclamation to Larry Starks, President, and members of the Juneteenth Board. Whomever is here for this, please come up, proclaiming the day of Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, to be Juneteenth Celebration Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay. So whereas President Abraham Lincoln, I mean, I am loud, but I guess I need a mic. Okay. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation freeing enslaved people in 1862, but the Civil War continued and Texas was far beyond the significant battlegrounds. And whereas many slaveholders during the Civil War fled from war-torn areas to Texas, taking enslaved people with them. And whereas there were thousands of enslaved people in Texas by the time of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered April 9th, 1865, yet they did not learn of their emancipation until June 19th. And whereas the following year, in 1866, formerly enslaved people in Texas began celebrating Juneteenth as a holiday. And whereas in all 50 states, including Arizona, recognized Juneteenth as a day of celebration. And whereas the state of Texas was the first in the nation to make Juneteenth a paid state holiday, and 13 other states have since done the same. And whereas the United States Congress and President Joe Biden created the Juneteenth National Independence Day federal holiday to be celebrated every June 19th. And whereas the Pima County community has come together to celebrate Juneteenth for over 50 years, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Wednesday, June 19th to be Juneteenth Celebration Day and encourages all county residents to reflect on the significance of the Juneteenth holiday and the abolishment of slavery in our great nation and celebrate the extraordinary contributions and achievements of African Americans in Pima County and the nation, passed and adopted this 18th day of June 2024. Thank you. Absolutely.
Oh, I get to speak now. Okay, well, thank you so much, Chair Grijalva, and thank you to all the members. Yeah, I don't have to keep doing that. That's cool. But thank you to all the members of the board. This is like the third year that you guys have really, and Pima County, not just the board, Attractions and Tourism, Pima County Health Department, Keno Sports Complex have really come together, the county, to help us, the Juneteenth, become one of the largest celebrations for African Americans in Southern Arizona. And that's where we're moving towards. And what it's also allowed us to do is educate people about what the real thing about Juneteenth is. People hear, oh, it was the last day that people learned that they were free. It's not about that, honestly. The education of it is this, that there were over 25,000 black troops that actually went to the Mexican border to help stop the Napoleon III from coming into Texas. That's American history. That's American history. That's what people need to understand. It's not just about understanding, oh, when the last day of slavery free. This is American history of saying these are enslaved people on an island in Galveston, Texas, being held captive. And they had to actually go there after the Emancipation Proclamation and free these people who are enslaved. So that's what this is about. It's about American freedom. It's about American history. And I think that's what me and what we've been able to do. I'm going today to Roche Industries Biotech Lab to do a talk about Juneteenth. But again, it's that education piece for us so that we can explain to people why this is a holiday, why it's important. That's what's good to me. And I thank you all for giving me this moment to speak. Thank you so much.
Do you want to talk about what you did this week? Oh, yeah.
Sure. Okay. So tomorrow we have our last event. Tomorrow will be our 6th event for the week for Juneteenth. We started out with a ballet. We work with Dancing in the Streets Ballet. We had a ballet on the Saturday the 15th, our kickoff. And then we had a gospel jubilee on Sunday at Pima College Auditorium. We have now a Juneteenth mass choir with about 40 members now. On an eclectic mix of all churches. You know, it's not just black, it's black, white, Hispanic, short, tall. If you want to sing, you want to praise and worship, you come see the Juneteenth mass choir, and that's what that is. On Wednesday at the Loft, we had a great event for our youth. It was called The Future of Black Tucson. The future for our kids, 16 to 20-year-olds. Talking about the past, present, and future, what we can learn from them as young people, and what they've learned from us, and what we can teach them. And then on Thursday, we were at the Blue Lotus Art Gallery, which there's an African-American art gallery downtown right here at 15 East Pennington, highlighting some of the artists there. It was a packed showing that day also. And then, of course, on Saturday, at the Keno Sports Complex, we had our festival with over 130 vendors. We had 25 food vendors. We had 100 informational vendors, 20 retail vendors, 20 entertainment. So we were there all day. Of course, people, oh my God, it's hot. Oh my God, wait. Well, guess what? It was hot then too. I can't change the month. Everybody, well, it's hot in June. What are you gonna do? Well, I can't change Juneteenth. It's called Juneteenth, so I can't make it October-teenth. So that's what it is. But everyone came out. We had our first opening ceremony. We had the Buffalo Soldiers. We had Divine Nine. We had the kids. I mean, it was just a really enjoyable day for all of Tucson. And what warms my heart is when I'm on stage and I'm looking out. And that's why sometimes I get emotional. Like, oh my God, this is like the best of what Pima County and Tucson looks like when we're celebrating together. Not worrying about anything else, not worried about who's there, what your race is, not worried about your politics or nothing else like that. We're just out there having fun and celebrating, and that's what it was. And then tomorrow, we're having a drawing studio. We have a master art class at the drawing studio. So we have Randicia Flesser, who's a master artist, and she's going to be talking about how art deals with trauma and pain, especially towards women, how you can use art to deal with those things. So that's tomorrow at the drawing studio on Tucson Boulevard from 10 to 1. So again, we really try to make Juneteenth not just about June. We do talking circles throughout the year. We do Toys for Tots. We give backpacks. We work with Emerge Center for Domestic Violence. So again, it's not just about the day. It's about Tucson. It's about Pima County. So that's what we're really moving into. So when you see Tucson Juneteenth, don't just think about June 19th. Think about Tucson and Pima County. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice.
Hi there. Where's it burning? Oh, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, on item number 5, it was 4-0, not 4-1. Just math. Okay, so item number 6 is a presentation of proclamation to Monica Dangler, Director, and Dr. Jennifer Wilcox, DVM Chief Veterinarian, Pima County, or Pima Animal Care Center, proclaiming the week of June 16th through June 22nd, 2024 to be Pima Animal Care Center Veterinarians Appreciation Week. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. It's an honor. Okay, here's our proclamation. The Pima Animal Care Center, PAC, Veterinary Clinic, led by Chief Veterinarian Dr. Jennifer Wilcox and staff veterinarians Dr. Jessica Winters, Dr. Danny Mitchell, Dr. Miriam Bourquet, work diligently to save lives and care for Pima County's shelter animals. Whereas PAC's veterinary team works out of state-of-the-art medical clinic as well as a mobile medical unit, where they perform thousands of surgeries and dispense routine medical care for the well-being of the county's homeless and underserved pets. And whereas PAC veterinarians have two main responsibilities: to protect public health and perform spay and neuter surgeries for population disease control, and whereas PAC veterinarians go above and beyond in their efforts to save lives and elevate the quality of life for pets in their care. They treat pets as individuals and work to ensure they receive humane and compassionate medical care. And whereas in 2023, PAC veterinarians performed 9,505 spay and neuter surgeries. That's a lot. 784 life-saving special surgeries, conducted 2,102 foster appointments, dispensed thousands of vaccines and 971 microchips at no cost during public clinics in order to help reduce preventable diseases across Pima County, with a particular emphasis on underserved areas. Whereas we acknowledge such goals are not achieved without a high degree of personal sacrifice, both mental and physical, and the residents of Pima County recognize the quality service rendered to all of our people and pets. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of June 16th through the 22nd to be Pima Animal Care Center Veterinarians Appreciation Week, and encourages everyone to continue to support Pima County Veterinary Services and its goals and objectives. Thank you. Thank you. So would you like to say a few words?
Oh, thank you. So I didn't intend to be a veterinarian, but got sidelined here in Tucson during my postdoctoral research by straying into a shelter. And 15 years later, here I am. The community support is the reason that I'm still here. Shelter vets burn out pretty fast, but because this community really wants the best for our animals, it's been for the past many years, really heartwarming and inspirational. And I'm not going anywhere, but I sure could use some friends. So please encourage anyone you know that is interested in veterinary medicine. You can share my county email, and I'll give them a tour and hopefully get them hooked. Thank you.
Monica, would you like to say anything?
Oops, there we go. No, just thank you so much for recognizing our veterinarians that do so much for this community. They truly are the reason why we're life-saving at Pima Animal Care Center. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful. Here, I'll let you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to item number 33, the renaming of the Winston Reynolds Manzanita Regional Park and multi-use fields. It's resolution number 29 of the Board of Supervisors authorizing the renaming of the Reynolds Manzanita Regional Multi-Use Fields numbers 5 and 6 for Coach Juan F. Tadeo Jr. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes 4-0. And I do want to make just a little statement because it's a little different. You know, I'm seeing everyone coming up for proclamations, and I knew Coach Tadeo. I met him, and I understand the impact in the community. And we will also facilitate the same proclamation as we get closer to the renaming. But I just want to read something, so I don't want to mess it up. So I wanted to take a moment to congratulate the late Juan F. Tadeo Jr. and his family for this recognition today. I know his family has been working to rename the softball fields at Manzanita Park, one of our most beautiful parks in D5, after Mr. Tadeo since 2022. I'm so glad that this is coming to fruition today in honor of his impact in our community. Juan F. Tadeo Jr. dedicated a majority of his life to Pima County youth sports. Began in 1986 when he founded the Tucson Redskins Youth Football and Spirit Organization on the southwest side of Pima County. In 2000, Coach Tadeo founded the Tucson Jaguars Youth Football and Spirit Organization on the southeast side of Pima County. In 2013, Coach Tadeo was inducted into the Tucson Football and Spirit Federation Hall of Fame. In 2018, Coach Tadeo was recognized for his 37 years of coaching youth sports by the City of Tucson Mayor, City of Tucson Ward 5 Council Office, and the United States Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Investigation for outstanding community service. Thank you to his family for being here today, for advocating for this renaming. Our District 5 office will be working with the Department of Natural Resources and Recreation to celebrate the renaming of the park coming this fall with the entire community, and then we'll also facilitate ensuring that we do a proclamation here as well. Thank you very much for being here. Did you want to come up and say a few words? Thank you. And if you're here for this renaming, can you raise your hand? Have a whole family here. Thank you so much for being here. Please.
So I just want to say thank you to all of you. If our dad was here today, he would tell you, I've got goosebumps, and he would start rubbing his arms in front of you. And he would humbly thank you. And he would want everyone to know that he couldn't have done it without his wife, my mom, Dina. She encouraged and supported his passion for giving and being out in the community. They are high school sweethearts, and he loved her with all of his heart. Since his passing, Father's Day has been a hard, emotional day. The anticipation of giving him his gift and seeing his appreciation is missed deeply. You and the community have helped me today with giving him the ultimate Father's Day gift, and I wish he was here to see and feel it. We are beyond proud of him for his life work, the amount of people he helped, and the legacy he has left. At 45 years old, I find nothing better fills my heart than still being called Coach Juan's daughter. And I love him forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ooh, hold on. Okay. We're going to have a good party at Manzanita Park. Yeah? Okay. All right. I know, hang on. There goes the makeup. Okay. So now we're going to go to call to the public, and citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. With that, we have, Gisela Aaron, Corey Stevens, and Grace Stombaugh.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron. I live in Pima County. I urge all of us, all of the population, all of Pima County, all of Arizona, Americans, to look up 50 U.S. Code paragraph 842. It addresses the proscription of the Communist Party, its successors, and subsidiary organizations. So does Arizona Revised Statutes 16805 and 16806. These laws and statutes address communists in our State Department, in our City Council, in our county, and in Congress. Congress passed the Communist Control Act of 1954 that paused the Marxist movement for a little while. Yet, the same kind of people that killed JFK that we know now are the same kind of people that are trying to arrest and possibly kill President Trump. Communists' goal is to forever change American way of life. These people live among us, and they have gained great power. They tyrannize us every day with their bad decisions in politics, for example, bad laws that they put in. They want to tax us out of our homes. That is house stealing. We already lost 20% of our home value and business values because of the 5G towers they let proliferate throughout the county. Now we have 520 plus 5G towers everywhere. This decimates our health. Look around you. People have Alzheimer's, people have dementia, people have Parkinson's. Where does it come from? I wonder. Also, we cannot trust a socialist AG or a socialist sheriff to put the politics aside to help us. We have to become self-reliant because they do not honor their oath of office just like these people here do. We have to protect ourselves because of they allow the invasion on the border. They willingly participate, stand idly by as we suffer from sickness that these people bring, crime that is happening. They are terrorizing us, these people here. Look at you, look around you. America is going down the drain. Instead of going through Congress to go and make laws, they use executive orders to legislate. Joe Biden is not coherent. He's merely a useful idiot, as they prescribe, the Marxists prescribe people that they use for the purpose. On day one, Joe Biden nixed all successful border agreements and initiatives. Through executive orders, also, he illegally legislated
Expired.
600
Corey,
government
thank you, ma'am.
agencies
Corey
are to
Stevens.
get out the vote.
Thank you. Corey Stevens.
The invasion on the border is part of it.
Time is expired. Thank you. And after that, Robert Royce.
I'm speaking today on behalf of the concerned citizens of the Houghton Corridor fire danger rating change. Affected residents, businesses, and communities lie within the area stretching from I-10 along Houghton all the way up to the foothills of the Catalinas, with residents and businesses being dropped from their homeowners' insurance and providers. Calls have also come in from Mount Lemmon and Elephant Head residents. Insurance carriers, underwriters use data provided by the state. The Department of Insurance is regulatory and does not craft policy language or determine risk. What private insurance is willing to accept as risk is directly correlated to data being provided by the state. The state risk assessment is wildly different than the federal. This was explained to one resident personally by Stephen A. Miranda, Fire Chief of the U.S. Forest Service. The state uses remote sensors and does not take empirical data into account. The feds use LIDAR and empirical data to make their assessment. Adjective fire danger rating determination is wildly different. The zone prevention plan clearly states that use of agency-specific climatological percentiles is not mandatory. Then goes on to the preferred method involves statistical correlation of weather observations and fire occurrence. Herein lies the problem. Please name the last time a wildfire occurred anywhere along the Houghton Corridor. The last fire that comes to mind was the Los Reales landfill, not really close to Houghton Road from the foothills to I-10. Why is Flagstaff surrounded by pine forests at less risk than the lower desert with non-sustaining brush and cactus? This is far-reaching, and economic impact on the area will be devastating. High-risk properties decrease in value, insurance becomes problematic, and investors will be away, much like when the areas above Marana, when reclassified as flood zone. As a reminder, Arizona is a full disclosure state. This severe risk fire assessment must be provided to potential land buyers, developers, home buyers, or investors prior to purchase or lease agreements. We have presented this information we have gathered to Medalla Vina Ranch, Horsehaven, and Savano Nursery at the bottom of Houghton Road, and plan to eventually reach businesses in Rita Ranch, Houghton Town Center. The RTA investment is $2.1 billion alone. My hope is that this matter will be taken serious enough for an objective look. We would like to work with you to make the state recognize and adopt the federal assessment that uses LIDAR and empirical data. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Stambaugh.
Good morning. I'm from Marana. I live in an unincorporated subdivision called Happy Acres that was established in the 60s and zoned SH for low-density large lots. We're essentially an unincorporated island surrounded by the town of Marana. Behind Happy Acres is the Saguaro Bloom subdivision that was predecessor project after the Saguaro Springs subdivision went bankrupt in 2008 due to the real estate crash. Saguaro Bloom is a D.R. Horton KB Homes project that started building in 2015 and should have been subject to the Pima County 2005 subdivision and street standards that implicitly state in section 3.1.8, access shall not be allowed through an existing local streets of adjacent properties where zoning differs if the access would impose detrimental impacts on adjacent properties. Saguaro Bloom Development Agreement is for 2,500 homes. Currently, there are 1,600 permits issued. I have been going back and forth with the Pima County Department of Transportation, who placed tube counters across 2 roads within Happy Acres to get the number of vehicles as well as the speeds traveled. The results showed that 85% of the traffic driving over that 85% of those vehicles are traveling over the posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour. And that the average count was 1,342 vehicles driving through this neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. Guess what? The roads are not even wide enough for two-way traffic. It's not safe. We don't have sidewalks. I've seen buses that are stopped to drop off kids almost get rear-ended. I am telling you that it is not safe, and I'm putting you on notice that it is not safe. You guys have put us in a situation that we cannot walk on our streets. When I pull out, I am at risk of getting T-boned, and our pets are no longer safe. I have dealt with the town of Marana, asking them to do anything, and they've done nothing. So it's up to you guys to either wait for a child to get killed or somebody else, and I'm sure punitive damages will be associated with the lawsuit coming against Pima County. So please do something.
Thank you. Robert Royce, followed by Tim Locks and Dave Smith.
Every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. I'm holding Supervisor Scott's May 4th article titled "It's Crucial That We Agree on an RTA Next Plan." You live in a district that is overwhelmingly not the city of Tucson. There are literally 2 city of Tucson precincts currently in District 1. When you are speaking up for an RTA Next Plan, you are representing the overwhelming majority of the citizens of District 1, which is a suburban district. Actually, when you were elected almost 4 years ago, there were 0 City of Tucson precincts in District 1. I'm in one of those that was just casually thrown in to balance out 4 with 1, and I took that as a green light to actually run for supervisor. Now, the main gist of your argument is that without RTA Next, there is no funding mechanism for the over 30% of Pima County that lives in unincorporated areas. And you're correct, according to the system, the way it's set up right now. But just understand, every citizen of Arkansas has the right, every county has the right to initiate an election to give a countywide sales tax payable to the municipalities where it is generated or payable to the county. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this RTA Next plan, which gives 11% of the representation to the city of Tucson when we have over half the population, and the way the plan has worked out, we're talking about collecting over 50% of the tax revenue, and we're getting half of it, less than 50% back. So it's just a bad deal for the city of Tucson. And as a citizen of Tucson, I have to object. And what we need is a countywide, I've been harping on this for 10 years in this county. We need a countywide sales tax payable to the municipalities where it's collected or payable directly to the county general fund if that's where it's collected. For that, we need legislative enablement. That's what I campaigned on for 6 months trying to get on the ballot. My promise to promote a county sales tax plan through the legislature that devoted 3/4 of the general fund revenue to reducing sales tax, property taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Royce.
I'm not quite done, but I'll finish
Thank you.
later.
Tim Locks?
Good morning. My name's Tim. I'm here for one reason. Your comments from 2 weeks ago about feeling threatened because of something a gentleman came up here and said. Quite frankly, every time I listen to this supervisor meeting on YouTube or come down here, I feel threatened. My liberties are being threatened. We've got a communist here. We've got who tried to pass some sort of deal to limit call to the public. She failed. He picked it up. He wants to take our guns away. We got a guy here that wants to give everyone the killer jab. And from my point of view, you were appointed and not elected. You shouldn't even be allowed to vote. We've got a county administrator who I believe spends time at home at night dreaming of ways to spend money. You guys are the threat, not to democracy, because every democracy ends up in tyranny. We're a constitutional republic. You guys are not following your oath. You are the threat. Thank you.
Dave Smith?
Well, thank you, Tim, for taking away all my points. Dang, all right, yeah. Boy, so now I don't want to plagiarize it, but you know, he's right. The anger, folks, is this: you fail to understand government is force. I don't have a choice to pay my taxes, or you'll take my property. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You limit my pursuit of happiness. You're talking about increasing our tax. You will increase our taxes. You must. And yet the taxes don't go for the benefit of the public welfare. They don't go for the community. What your term community is, apparently, is whoever you need the vote from, but not your constituents who are the property owners. The community means collectively at large. You're to take care of all of us. I keep reminding you and reminding you. And my frustration is this: after this last meeting, I know you clutched your pearls and said you felt threatened because some guy got mad. He's mad, and we are getting madder and madder, and you have to understand this. He didn't specifically threaten you, but he did say, and he later apologized to me because I ended up in the newspaper somehow part of some cabal trying to do violence, and this is ridiculous. I'm just amazed. You know, your sycophants in the media never fail to come. You're never held accountable for your decisions because the media jumps in to immediately whitewash whatever you've done. It's just getting ridiculous. But now you're reaching a pivot point. You've isolated us during the pandemic and then you mandated that we were, quote, going to be murderers, those that didn't get vaccinated. And it went on, and it hasn't gotten any better. And now you're taxing us. And see, people are starting to, because now that really is a tabletop issue for the family, that dinner table, which is a favorite sentence of certain people, because now there's not as much stuff on the table. And you keep taking and taking. You keep taking care of others. But it isn't just our money. It's our security. It's our safety. It's our quality of life. And that's the problem is these people you're allowing in that are obviously your preferred community, they're not from our communities. They're not from this country. Many of them are not from this continent. Tens of thousands of Chinese males. And you're like families. You use code words, democracy. Well, I tell you what, years ago, a guy who had fled a democratically elected tyranny said, democracy is another word for communism. I don't worry about democracy. I worry about freedom. I worry about liberty. And I challenge you to remember that. You are the people's, our community's representatives. Start serving the people of this community. This is why we form governments. Go back and read that preamble of the Constitution. because it tells you very clearly why we form governments. We don't form governments for the welfare of Tajikistan. We form it for the welfare of Pima County. Please remember that. Serve our community. And again, Steve, thank you for remembering that every couple of weeks. I'll see you later, gang.
Carolyn Campbell, Sharon Green, and Anastasia Sitakis.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Carolyn Campbell, and I'm here today representing the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. And I am here to support and thank you for a resolution on the addendum 2024-31, once again opposing the I-11 bypass, the I-10 bypass, the I-11 route out in Avra Valley, which is called the West option in the final environmental impact statement. And I do want to say you are joining much of the community in this opposition. This resolution is also calling on Governor Hobbs to pull that option out of the process here moving forward into Tier 2. And there were 2 public hearings on this a few years ago, and to a person, I did not hear anybody supporting the Avra Valley route. And and though Pima County has been a real leader in protecting lands out in that area with our Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan and acquisition of lands, you're not the only ones. And I wanted to read a list of some of the actions that have been out there protecting lands and protecting wildlife connectivity for many years. And of course, the first establishment of Tucson Mountain Park, 1924, the establishment of the Saguaro National Monument and Park, now Park, the Tucson Mitigation Unit, which President Kennedy approved in 1961. The establishment of the Central Arizona Project, siphons and land bridges through Pima County, when the citizens in Pima County asked that when that long canal was being built, that there is some way for wildlife to get through. The establishment of the Bureau of Reclamation Mitigation Corridor to mitigate for that canal. And this freeway would be going right through that. That was in 1990. The establishment of the 450-acre mitigation corridor for the Tohono O'odham Shutoak Farm in 1997. Ooh, I gotta hurry. There are a lot of things that have happened. Establishment of Ironwood Forest National Monument, establishment of the mitigation parcels by the city of Tucson for the construction of the Central the CAVSARP. The Pima County acquisition of considerable preserve lands to provide mitigation for the multi-species conservation plan. And most recently, the Pima County acquisition of 6 parcels in conjunction with the Fish and Wildlife Service to buy lands next to the ecoduct where wildlife are crossing. But it's very important. So thank you so much for doing this, and I hope you unanimously support this.
Thank you.
This resolution.
The ones that live in the dead.
Sharon Green.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The United Nations and the U.S. government are running this out-of-control mass migration from Mexico. The International Organization for Mass Migration is facilitating this with the U.S. taxpayers' dollars helping to fund it. Our own State Department, NGOs, and other UN groups also cooperate with the IOM. So the United Nations and our own U.S. government are supporting the mass migration with our own tax dollars. We, the people, are bankrolling the mass migration crisis, even though it has been implemented without us voting to spend our tax dollars to allow this replacement of our own citizens. Illegal aliens are receiving free plane tickets and bus tickets to locations all over the U.S., with much of the funding coming from we, the people. The plan is to destroy the land of the free and the home of the brave. Freedom and liberty are being eliminated from our free country, incredible as it seems. Our own government has planned and orchestrated this chaos, disintegration, and destruction of our own country with support from the United Nations. The Boston Tea Party of the past was all about taxation without representation. We have arrived at the same situation again. It is time to have real, honest elections that reflect the will of the people. This is no time for apathy. American citizens need to wake up and get out the vote. It is time to vote out all those who have supported this scheme to make us a different country made up of unvetted citizens from numerous countries around the world. There is no requirement for these illegal aliens to study what it means to be an American citizen, to have any skills to support themselves in a work environment, to learn the English language, or to have a sponsor to assist them into assimilating into our country to become a contributing, productive citizen of it. This was once the freest country in the world, but instead our government is providing free housing, free food, free cell phones, and free transportation, with no expectation of the illegal aliens becoming obligated to do anything for this free ride. There is no free lunch. Someone always has to pay, and we've been paying. It's past time for the American citizen to stand up and say, enough is enough. We are tired of being made into a Marxist banana republic that continues to cause higher inflation and higher prices all around. Spending money on non-citizens is wrong and destroys the quality of life for our own Pima County citizens. It's time to end this evil agenda. It's time to honor our founding fathers' hard work and divine guidance of crafting a constitution that honors the principles of governing this great country. May God give each of you the wisdom to correct the fast course of this abyss and this dysfunctional society. You will be held accountable. God bless you, and God give you wisdom to lead Pima County.
Anastasia Stakis, followed by Brenda Mort, Elizabeth Thompson, and last speaker, Joel Tiger.
Good morning, board. I'm back. And the reason I'm back here today is I want to talk about agenda items number 46 and 47. I am telling you, not asking, not demanding, I am telling you, you are to vote no on these items. Item number 46. I want to remind everybody that Pima County has received $98 million, $98 million since 2019 to fund over 500,000 border crossers. Why is that? And let me tell you a story, and this should disgust each and every one of you. I work in real estate, and I've worked with several veterans as of late, one most recently that just ripped my heart out. The reason being, he does not get any help from this county, any services, or anyone. Instead, his concern was they've given all the money away to the illegals and left us veterans high and dry. Those of us who cannot afford housing, can barely afford any medical treatment. I could not even get him a rental because of the situation that you guys have chosen to put people in. You are not supporting our local people. You are not supporting our veterans who are struggling to hold a rental, an apartment, or even a job. Where's that money, you guys? Adelita? Rex? You? Anybody? Ms. Lee? Matt Hines isn't here, so I can't even ask him. How many times has he been gone this year, by the way? Half the year? I think it's time for him to go away. Yeah. I am sick and tired of this. Every time I come here, and when I had that conversation with this veteran and many others, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. What is it going to take for you to give these people money instead? Our own people, our own citizens. Yeah, look down. No, you are not going to vote on this again. Jan Lesher, you said that we wanted to get out of the business of funding these people, and now you guys are back with item number 47, trying to get more money from the county and from the feds again, so that you can get money into the general coffers to find a way to funnel more money to get these illegals something. Why don't you try funding our own people for once? I'm sick and tired of having to listen to all of you every time, and I'm sick and tired of having to talk to people that I work with and telling me that they lost their jobs, they cannot afford anything. The illegals took the money, they get credit cards, they get money, they get funding, they get free food, free housing. Where is it for the citizens of this county? Why are you still passing all these IGAs when we don't have any more money to give to IGAs? So over it. And then you want to push this item number 47 with this ARBO for the Green New Deal, Agenda 2030, and the climate agenda because bugs? Really? You want to go there? with the bugs passing, all these viruses and everything. I think the biggest virus is you, and you need to be gone.
Thank you. Brenda Martz?
Good morning.
Morning.
Affordable housing has been on my agenda for, 2 years now, and you guys do a lot of affordable housing agenda items, so I'll just have to read this or I'll get all messed up. When did it become the government's job to control housing costs? How are you supposed to spend money to create lower housing costs? It will take more than you could ever do. The private sector had been doing a good job for a long time till the government got in the middle during COVID. You keep increasing the costs of ownership, higher court costs, less legal services available. Now you have a 30-day eviction wait for people, most owners, that have a mortgage to pay. You are raising property taxes. Who do you think is going to pay for that? If you have never seen an eviction move out, you should go look at one. When people have no stake in the costs associated, they have no respect. Now you protect a bad tenant at the cost of an owner, even going so far as to pay for the legal counsel to fight the eviction. The law allows for legal eviction. Fighting the owner doesn't help any of them. How do you think an owner is supposed to recover the costs? That would mean higher rents. The result is higher rents, higher move-in fees. You can make more housing, but you cannot build faster than you are sponsoring illegal immigrants into the rental market. This tax increase will push housing costs higher for everyone, and you're going to use even more funding to pay for housing. What is the logic in that? Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Thompson?
Hi, I'm going to just piggyback on a couple of the other speakers. I've been very concerned about the budget that has been presented here. And yesterday, the state Congress passed a budget that was 5.3% less than what was proposed initially. I think that this board can do better than they did. I think you should be able to cut your funding, like by 10%. Every department should be cut 10%. I know you guys got a really good raise recently, but doing that, you should be able to come up with 10% less in your budget. Inflation annually, the last statistic I heard was 19% if you include food, utilities, and food. Nationally, 27% of the American families are now going without a meal in order to feed their families and keep things going. Homeowners have had their mortgages increased substantially. I don't know about anyone else. I have a small home. Mine increased $125 a month last year. That's a lot of money when you're on Social Security. My Social Security did not increase, by the way. I also wanted to mention that everything I read in this agenda, I went through it thoroughly last night. Everything that I read was just more money, more money, more money that we don't have. And my suggestion to you would be to fix the infrastructure in Tucson, get the roads taken care of that has been promised for so long, and maybe you would be able to get more tourism here. 150 million, was it, that's being given for tourism, to increase tourism here? If you made the structure what it was 5 or 6 years ago, and cleaned up the streets, you'd probably be able to have more tourism here. Another suggestion I have is when the contracts don't get fulfilled, you need to look for different vendors. If they can't get done on time, then you need to look for different vendors to use and make sure that those people have a good track record to get the contracts completed. And also, you might include Pima County internships from the school to get some contractors that way. Increase the programs there to get more contractors. And that's about all I have to say. I'm really disgusted with all of you except Mr. Christie. Thank you.
Joel Tiger. And that is our last speaker. Oh, you have to put in a card.
I don't want to fight with you guys. I really don't. And you know, what we've been coming in here talking about our Diamond Bell Ranch issues these past few meetings, I've rolled in here like a ball of fire. I've just accused all you guys of being criminal and that the problems we're dealing with are intentional. That's wrong of me. I am the new guy in town. I need to be able to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I want to find solutions. I want to make things work. I'm usually not a fan of national issues and national politics being brought into county and city halls. But we are a border county, so this national issue is right here in our backyard. I know that there's a lot of different viewpoints on it. Even when we started our Take Back the Bell neighborhood group, we made a rule, no Trump flags, no MAGA hats, because we want everyone in the community to be able to join the community group. And even with this issue with the border and with all these displaced people that are here, there's a lot of very passionate, different points of view. And the thing is, everybody's right. At some degree, everybody's right. So in America, we have turned into a country that points fingers and focuses on blame. And when you really step back, it doesn't matter political affiliation, it doesn't matter race, gender, any of this, generation or age. With all the problems going on in our entire country, we are all guilty of contributing, even if we're just pointing fingers and placing blame. Now, in Japan, the Japanese have a much different perspective on solving problems. They're not so much concerned with finding the scapegoat or with placing blame. Their whole thing is, okay, we've got a problem. How can we all come together, work together, find a solution, and then afterwards come up with ways to prevent the problem from happening again? Now, I know that back when Trump was president and places like Los Angeles were claiming we're going to be a sanctuary city, because they wanted to protect all the people that were already there. Back then in 2016, 2017, nobody screaming, we're going to be a sanctuary city, was expecting millions of people to start flooding across the border. So I can understand if it's like, okay, something that we thought was a good idea has turned into something else. That happens all the time. That's why they say the road to heck is paved with good intentions. I don't want to place blame. I want to find solutions. I want to find ways that we can make this work. And that we can, we've got a bunch of people here that have come here. Even if we didn't invite them, even if we don't want them, we can't just act like they don't exist. And then we've got a populace here of voters, taxpayers that are not happy about it. We've got to find a way to stop the finger pointing, stop the blaming. If I can practice diplomacy, believe me, this is not my usual. I'm usually just the fighter. But we've got to work together. We've got to stop pointing fingers. We got to stop focusing on who caused the problem and realize that all of us pulling all of our talents together can fix it.
Thank you. Danny Flores. And I don't have any other speaker cards, so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the time. I own a small business out in 3 Points, Arizona, Robles Junction. And this is the first time I come to one of these things. My dad used to work for Mr. Christie. I recognize him when your dad owned Galloway Motors. Well, other than that, I've never set foot in this place. And I got a letter the other day about spending money again. I don't know if you guys ever been there. Lee, you replaced Sharon Bronson, right? Never seen her out in my district. I own a feed store out there with hundreds of cowboys and ranchers that go to my store. We don't know where our money is going. We don't know why you guys want to raise taxes on us. If you guys haven't been to 3 Points, I suggest you guys do it. If you want to see poverty in your county, I suggest you guys go out there. It's going to be hard with these taxes being raised. You guys are pretty much booting out elderly people, veterans that can't afford housing. Where's this money going to go to flood zone? Are you going to tell me that our ancestors that built roads and buildings here that still exist from whenever the Spaniards came to the Presidio, and they're still standing, we got to pay for flood control, an administration for flood control to tell us what we can and cannot do on our property? What if one of our family members needs help and we need to build something on the fly for them? Yeah, we come and get the permits and we have to ask for permission and beg you guys to build on our property that we're already taxed for, that we paid for already when we bought it, and now we got to pay some minion that you guys know to go out there because they have an engineer stamp to say, hey, $5,000, by the way, you could build here, just raise it 3 feet. Is that what we're paying for the flood control? Libraries. I don't see any of our kids even going to libraries anymore. I don't see buses when I was a kid and went to school, I had to go to the library once a week and read something about government, about our Constitution, about how the laws work, and even financing. I don't see any of our kids getting bused to libraries anymore. So why do we have to rebuild libraries? Give me a good reason to it. And I'll say, okay, let's build it. Let's get our kids educated. But we're more worried about our kids being indoctrinated at schools. So why do we have libraries? And then you want to raise our tax on a third tier again? You know, I don't know if I'm right, but I did the math. It's about $600 more a year. Everybody's house is worth $100,000 now. The government has raised it so much that every house, a little shack, is worth $100,000. So now a person that's gray-haired has to pay, like she said, one of the people said, well, they didn't get raised on their Social Security. My parents aren't getting raised on Social Security, their raises. And now we have to worry about our parents my kids will have to worry about their grandchildren not being able to pay for these taxes that you guys want to impose. Where's it going to? I want to know, I want a breakdown for accountability. I have to be accountable. If I ran my business the way Pima County runs the county, I'd be out of business.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I go ahead and close the call to the public and ask my colleagues if they have a response to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. The individual that talked about Happy Acres, the Saguaro Bloom development, the issue about driving over the 25-mile speed limit, if we could look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, thank you so much.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
For the record, Supervisor Hines has joined today's meeting.
Thank you. And now, thank you. And now we're here. We're going to go to item 8. It's a special final budget adoption. And so these are also hearings. So individuals wishing to address the board on a public hearing item, but wish to participate remotely can have already said that they can call, and these are all hearings. And so item number 8, and I have a little cheat sheet, so here it goes. So is anyone here to speak on the truth and taxation hearing? This is a hearing pursuant to ARS 42-17104 and 42-17107. And we're conducting a public hearing on the proposed expenditures and Pima County's intent to raise the primary property taxes over last year's level. So you have an opportunity to fill out, I believe you have to fill out a card or just come up. That you have to fill out a card, please. So everyone will have the same 3 minutes, and if you'd like to go ahead and if you've already spoken, are you going to speak on this issue? If you want to go ahead and come up and then fill the card out afterwards, Ms. Stevens, go ahead. And then we'll take the other cards in order.
All right. So again, as Matt has said, a de minimis amount. You do not get to decide what is a de minimis amount. By raising the property value, you are essentially raising our taxes, and this is not okay. We are in inflationary times, and people cannot afford to have their property taxes raised. Secondary property taxes through the library tax is not okay as well. People are struggling in this time just to get by. People have paid increases in food, increases in gas, increases in cost of living are astronomical. That's coming at the federal level. It's coming from all aspects of life. Just to go see your doctor has increased. And you want to create a medical district? Come on, Matt. Give it a break. No. We're not going to do this. We have got to be concerned with the health, safety, welfare of the citizens of Pima County. Everything from this board is a rubber stamp, and we can no longer just rubber stamp at the expense of the citizen. We are struggling. Everybody is struggling. And everything that you pass budgetarily is an expense to we, the citizen. We have to do better. And we cannot raise property taxes during this time. It is not to the benefit of the citizen. We cannot afford to raise property taxes right now. It will hurt the lowest level of our citizenry. We cannot do this right now. People on the south side are struggling, Matt. That is our demographic that will be hurt the most. Remember that. We cannot raise property taxes. Betty right here. She did not get an increase in Social Security. Nobody's getting raises. And you want to raise our property taxes? No, we can't do it. People are begging. Do not raise property taxes. The valuation of homes, that's insane. That's just absurd. We cannot do this right now. Do not raise property taxes. Every constituent I have spoken to has said no. I cannot afford to have my property taxes raised. My insurance has gone up. We have people being dropped from their insurance. 15,000 residents in Houghton alone.
Anastasia Satakis, followed by Mike, Aaron, and Tim Locks.
Welcome to the party, Matt. I just want to let you guys know, as we talked about earlier, and this gentleman who's clearly here for the first time, thank you for coming. No, we're not going to do a tax increase. No, you are not going to do a tax increase. We are suffering right now. Everybody, even though you think a lot of us have money, we don't. People's jobs have gone to the point where they're getting cut. They're getting pay decreases, not pay increases. The elderly, as Betty has said, and we have how many people in this county? And I will venture to think at least a third to probably a half of them are either 65 or over right now and just hitting Social Security age. We have a lot of snowbirds here. You really think that this is going to fly with that population right now? I do not think so. It is 300% increase for groceries and at least a 50% increase for gas. And not to mention all the taxes that you as Pima County coordinate with the utility companies to increase those taxes. Let's not forget that either. On water or with TEP, with all of this shenanigans you guys have been pulling with them? No, the answer is no. People cannot sustain that. People who had an $80,000 to $100,000 job don't get that anymore. Almost half of their money is going to taxes on items that they buy, and not to mention the 300% increase on food. There's families that I know that used to be middle class. They're not upper class when you're making 80 to 100,000. That's just a little below middle class, my friends. And there's a lot of single income people here that don't get state aid, that didn't get free money like the illegals did. Where's our free money? Do you want to give us free money too to help support us with buying food for our house? I know you don't. You're looking at me like, oh, you can afford it. No, actually I can't. My budget had to be redone 3 times over the last 3 years. No, I cannot. I can't even afford barely to get my son into his extracurricular now. It's getting harder and harder to do that. So don't sit here and tell me a 6% increase. Do you know what that's going to mean? People are going to have to decide if they feed themselves as a parent or they just feed their children. If they cut their extracurriculars for their kids or be able to fund taking them to the private schools anymore. I think you all better think long and hard about this because this is not going to fly and you will have the uprising of your life if you go to raise these taxes.
Mike, Aaron.
My name is Mike Aaron. I live in Pima County. You all want a tax raise on everyone, and that money goes into the general fund, and then you want to spend it like a bunch of drunken sailors. And I don't like saying that. My dad was a sailor. But sailors have one thing over you. They spend their money. You're not. You're spending our money. So quit it.
Tim Locks. Followed by Joel Tiger, Robert Royce, Gisela Aaron, and Danny Flores.
Good morning. I'm a disabled veteran. I get a little bit extra money from the VA every month because of Agent Orange. I served during Vietnam. Currently, my escrow is $750 deficit because of bonds and tax rates that you guys put into effect last year. Now you're going to add more to it. So yes, I have my Social Security and I have my VA. I'm not hurting, but I still have to watch my money. All of you, 5 of you up there, 6-digit incomes. Jan, you're over 400,000. It doesn't affect you at all. Isn't that right, Jan? 250? Whatever it is, it's a hell of a lot more money than what probably most people out here make. Raising property taxes isn't going to affect you so much. You live in high-end homes, I'm sure. You can afford it. Many people cannot. My neighbor is on 100% disability. I don't know how in the heck he's going to be able to pay his taxes, particularly this year with the raises and particularly with what you guys want to raise it to. So think about other people who are hurting. You guys aren't hurting. You eat a meal 3 times a day, nice home. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff, but there are a lot of hurting people out there. Why aren't you asking your government agencies to trim the fat a little bit like you're asking us to do? You know, that's all I have to say.
Joel Tiger.
So we were actually going to sit this one out because, you know, we're the off-grid kids over in Diamond Bell Ranch. Our property taxes are like $45 a year because it's just a lot with no utilities. I want you guys to consider all of the hardworking people that are woke up to their alarm clock this morning, running in the rat race at work, collecting that paycheck to make that mortgage, take care of those kids. I want you guys to consider all the people that were not able to make it to a meeting on a Tuesday at 9 a.m. And a lot of those people hustling to pay their mortgage and keep their family afloat, those are the people that are really going to be affected by these property taxes. 6% increase on my $45 a year, I'm not going to notice it. I'm really not. But all the people that aren't able to make this meeting, they totally are. Prices are going up across the board. I was at a campground a couple weeks ago and they charged me a new $2 per night per dog fee. A new dog fee. And I had to pay $2 per dog per night. Okay, it was $10 on top of my campground bill. But it annoyed me because my dogs sleep all day. They sit next to me. They're no impact on the campground. They're not running around like a bunch of crazy wild monkeys like the kids. It's just the fact I was charged that dog fee because someone decided, oh, we can charge it. We can just charge a dog fee. We can charge you this fee. It's like we've gone fee crazy these past 10 years. I know that budgeting money is like the most boring thing to do. I get it, trust me. And I know that, you know, when it comes to government, we got to pay for this, pay for this. It's easier to increase taxes. I am also a huge fan, not just of campgrounds. I love city parks. I saw that we have the new Labyrinth that just opened up. And I'm the kind of person, even though I love low taxes and small government, I like city parks and things like that. But if I would have been given, you know, the choice to vote, hey, do we cut back taxes or do we put in this new cool Labyrinth at the park? As much as what I love the Labyrinth, I would have had to vote, let's lower the taxes. Because you got to think about it like this. If you want to live in a world where an artist can make a living creating art, then you've got to help create a world where everybody has extra money. Because poor people do not spend money on original works of art. It's people that have extra cash that do that. So if you want an artist and you want a group of artists, especially in a place like Tucson, where we're supposed to be a very artist-friendly community, if you want artists to thrive and be able to make a living making art, make sure that everybody else is thriving and has that money to buy that art. because that's what pushes it. Economy works in circles. What we put out comes back to us. And the more money that all of us can save, the more money that we don't have to spend on our personal overhead and taxes and fees, that's more money that we can spend it on the things that we want but do not need, like art.
Thank you. Robert Royce?
This continuous reliance on property taxes to fund the county obligations is not working for me. I bought a house for $136,000, pretty much paid cash with money I had at the time. And my taxes were $1,100 a year. Now they're $27,000. The assessment, the appraisal, I had the house appraised for $185,000, but the county's assessing me for $335,000. I'm being assessed $50,000 more than the house is worth. There's a house across the street for sale for $495,000. They're fishing for a sucker. No suckers are going to pay that much, but the moment it sells for even $425,000, my assessment's going up again. I've given up on air conditioning the house. I don't have $12,000 to buy a new gas pack. And I don't have $300 a month to operate it. I'm using a swap cooler to keep my house cool and a mini split to air condition my bedroom so I could sleep and keep my dog alive. I fell behind on taxes for the first time during the pandemic. You have charged me hundreds of dollars in late fees for being too poor to pay my taxes. How does that jive with your official attitude of taking care of poor people? I don't get it. The only solution is my countywide sales tax proposal, which needs legislative enablement, which will deliver significant decrease in property taxes across the board in Tucson, every municipality, every house in the county. All we need is legislative enablement. I promise 3/4 of the new revenue stream to lower property taxes. My plan does include a 1% transportation tax, which will go to Pima County for every dime that's collected outside of municipalities, and will go to the municipalities to replace the RTA tax, which will fail. You just can't keep raising taxes on me until I have to go give up and go live on the street. That's why I'm putting a financial responsibility party on next year's City of Tucson ballot. Because without a financial responsibility party, you will tax too many people out into the streets, and it must stop.
Thank you. Gisela Aaron, and last speaker, Danny Flores.
Hello. I asked my friends who live in the foothills, and they have told me that they pay more property taxes than Scottsdale and Paradise Valley. Now, those are where the rich people live, and they don't even pay as much as what we are being charged here in Tucson. You should probably compare the tax rates and maybe go lower. In fact, because of the 5G towers that you put everywhere, 520 plus 5G towers, you have devalued our property by 20%. You have devalued the businesses by 20%. You should lower by 20%. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny Flores. And he's our last speaker.
Last one. Like I said, I own a small feed store out in Robles Junction. It just seems to me that like the last person I heard, they said, you guys are rubber stamping. What you guys need to do is be more, if you guys are going to raise taxes on these poor people, why not help the business owners, give them jobs? I'll give you an example. I put in for Bucklew Farms to lease it to grow alfalfa, to lower the ranchers' feed bill by 15%. To put food on our table and to make jobs. If I would have been leased by the county, if they would have allowed me to farm on that Bucklew Farms, I would have employed 5 people in my area. 5 people with a livable wage at $17 an hour. and some benefits and through grants through the federal government for farming, we would have been able to help these people. This is how ridiculous this tax is. You guys don't allow for businesses to thrive in Pima County because last administration, I was taxed 2% for business. What am I being taxed now? 10%. On top of that, when I add to my feed store and try to make it better and more sustainable, guess what? My taxes go up on property. How is that going to allow me to add more jobs to the community and thrive as a business? How is that going to allow people to stay in my community, to live there, when you guys are pushing them out further and further where there's less and less taxes? The further you go out in Pima County, the less taxes you have to pay because nobody wants to live there. And it turns into a mess in our county because then you got people living in trailers that don't put electricity or septic or trash services or anything like that. But guess who gets taxed? The hardworking people of this. I look at all the chairs that are empty. Why don't you guys that rep our county go out there and talk to the people instead of sitting in this nice? I work hard every day in the sun, bucking hay, counting cattle, doing what I have to do to make my family, let my family survive. These taxes are going to be no good for anybody that lives below the poverty line. It takes $150,000 nowadays to live mediocrely. $150,000. I don't care what you guys make. I care what I make. But I do want you guys to earn your wage. Earn it. Earn your wage and go out there and look at the people, how they live. And then you tell me if your taxes would be fair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And we have a couple of slides. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Administrator Lesher.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grijalva. We do have just a quick overview of the budget. And I think the best way is to go through it in a couple of slides, if we may. Thank you. And turn it over to Ms. Moulton and our budget staff. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. What we have before you today is the final budget adoption. And so next slide, please. Just as a little bit of an overview, this is the recommended budget, has $1.7 million in expenditures. It was put together using 4 core pillars that were included in the draft strategic plan that went to the board in March. They include providing core functions for the government, including providing excellent service, maintaining our fiscal strength and stability, and providing quality government operations. The second pillar is to improve the quality of life in our community by enhancing the safety of our communities and creating opportunities for economic advancement and wealth creation among Pima County families. The third pillar is to support critical infrastructure and economic growth. The goals under this pillar are to construct and maintain critical infrastructure, promote economic growth in Pima County. And finally, the fourth pillar is dedicated to conservation, sustainability, and climate resilience. The goals under here are to create policies that balance land conservation and development and enhance environmental sustainability and climate resilience within the county. When putting the budget for the county together, all of these pillars and goals were taken into consideration. Next slide, please. This is just a retrospective look at the overall combined property tax rates for the last 5 years, excluding the fire district assistant tax. You can see in fiscal year 1920, the tax rate was $5.5584, and the current proposed tax rate is $5.1048. So that is a reduction over the last 5 years of 45 cents. Next slide, please. This slide lists out the comparison between the current budget, the current year's budget, fiscal year 24 adopted tax rates as compared to the proposed adopted rates for fiscal year 25. You can see that the general fund primary tax is requested to go up 0.0888 cents. The library district to go up 0.0044 cents. The debt service to go down 0.095 cents. And the flood control district to go up 0.0018 cents. In total, the overall property taxes are requested to remain the same. Next slide, please. And then this is just a final summary of the proposed adopted budget. The total county budget of $1.726 billion with a tax rate of 5.1048 cents. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Colleagues, any questions?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
Ms. Moulton, for the benefit of those here and for the record, with this primary property tax rate, what would it have to be set at to be revenue neutral? Again, you've sent us the information. If you could.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the revenue neutral tax rate would be $3.7866. So 3.7866.
Thank you, Ms. Moulton. Thank you, Madam
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right. With that, sorry, I move to close the Truth in Taxation public hearing.
Second.
And I have a second from Supervisor Scott. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Unanimous. Item number 9 is, this is also a hearing. And this is the Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards, Flood Control District Board. I move to close the Truth in Taxation public hearing for the Flood Control District Board.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 5-0. Item number 10, this is the Flood Control District final budget for fiscal year 24-25. The resolution, if passed and adopted, resolution number 2024-FC3. I'll move to close the public hearing and approve the flood control final budget in the amount of $18.2 million. Do I have to list the specific? Oh, okay, sorry. $18,200,000 wait. Yeah, right? Yes. Thank you. I'm like, whoa, my eyes are blurry. $18,202,680 at the effective tax rate of 0.3271 and adopt the resolution number 2024 FC3.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 5-0. Moving on to the Improvement District Board. This is the, do I have to list all of these and then this? No, just. Okay, just this, okay. I move to close the public hearing and approve the Improvement District final budgets and adopt resolutions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. A roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Now on to the Library District. Item 12 is a truth and taxation hearing. And this is pursuant to ARS 48254 to a public hearing on proposed expenditures. If I don't have anyone wishing to speak, I'll move to close the truth and taxation public hearing.
Second.
Have a second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And this is the Library District final budget hearing. I move to close the public hearing and approve the Library District final budget in the amount of $51,495,204 at the effective tax rate of 0.5537 and adopt resolution number 2024 LD1.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Rocking K South Community Facilities District, I move to close the public hearing and approve the Rocking K South Community Facilities District final budget in the amount of $2,726,179 and adopt resolution number 2024 RK2.
Second?
Motion a second by Supervisor Christie. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes unanimously 5-0. Now we're on 15. This is the Stadium District Board. I move to close the public hearing and approve the Stadium District final budget in the amount of $10,153,658 and adopt resolution number 2024 SD1.
Second?
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion or any discussion? I haven't been asking that. I'm sorry. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 16 is the Wildflower Community Facilities District. I move to close the public hearing and approve Wildflower Community Facilities District final budget in the amount of $0.0 and adopt resolution number 2024 WCFD1.
Second?
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 5-0. Now we're on, this is the Board of Supervisors, the final budget. I move to close the public hearing and approve the final budget for fiscal year 2024-25 in the amount of $1,726,493,259 at an effective tax rate of 5.1048 and adopt resolution number 2024-27.
Second?
Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please.
Supervisor.
We have discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, discussion. Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I want to begin by thanking Ms. Lesher and also her team, the deputy county administrators and the finance team, not only for all of the work that went into crafting this budget, but for being very responsive to concerns raised by board members. I voted for tentative adoption, and I intend to vote for full adoption today. And the chief reason that I'm able to do so is because of the faith and trust that I place in Ms. Lesher and her team. It's unfortunate that not everybody who came to call to the public stayed for this presentation because the overall property tax rate is going to stay stable, not only as a result of the vote that we are taking today, but as a result of the vote that we took a couple of meetings ago. The budget is almost $34 million less than the 23-24 budget. Total FTEs are below the number for the last pre-pandemic year. And what's most important is that the services and supports that the over 1.1 million people who live in Pima County are going to continue to be supported as a result of this budget. Now, I had some concerns about FTEs and the number of positions that were in the recommended budget. I very much appreciated the June 10th memo that outlined how 29 positions vacant more than 240 days were cut. I thought that was a telling preview, a hopeful preview of how the new vacancy policy will be implemented, the vacancy policy that will go into effect the same day as this budget, and that exceptions will be made rarely. I would like to, as a matter of direction, ask that the board get a report at each quarter in terms of which positions were cut, positions that were vacant for more than 240 days, and if there were any exceptions. And again, I'd like to do that by way of direction. Also wanted to ask Ms. Lesher, we had a good conversation about your June 4th memo in which you noted that grant-funded positions are 8% of total positions in the county, but 19% of vacancies. And I wonder if you could recap for the board the ways that we're going to try and get a better handle on grant-funded positions, including those that may need to be cut because they've been vacant for 240 days or more.
Certainly, thank you. Chair Grijalba and Supervisor Scott. We have, when we sweep the positions that are coming out of the general fund, those dollars revert to the general fund. We can't sweep the dollars that are designated for a grant because they are to implement that grant. We've established a process now by which if a position is open for 240 days, the grants management team reaches out to talk to the department and walk through what's occurring, because the concern is not necessarily with that vacancy, but whether the vacancy is an indication that there will be any challenges in fulfilling the obligations of the grant. Helps us know exactly where we are, if we need extensions, what that conversation might entail. So that is what we've implemented to make sure that we're looking at the grant dollars. We've also been working with departments in that occasionally individuals working on a grant can move to another grant, but there are some specific regulations incumbent in our merit system that address that. But our Human Resources Department and all the different departmental representatives are working with each department at that time. Did that answer your question,
Yes, ma'am.
sir?
Thank you very much. Continuing, I also appreciated the memo that we got on Monday that gave a recap of the 49 positions in the Sheriff's Department and the Recorder's Office, the special circumstances affecting those positions, and the effect that those 49 positions have on the total number of recommended FTEs. I very much appreciated the breakdown of vacancies by department. And the departments that had vacancy rates of 15% or higher, the breakdown of that was truly appreciated and informative. As I told you in a meeting last week, it was the stories behind the numbers, and those are always very important for us to get. Appreciated also what we are seeing already in terms of the benefits of what this board has decided with regard to class and comp. The effects that we expect to see on retention and recruitment, addressing turnover and vacancy rates. It's clear from the June 17th memo that the early reports are very positive. Also appreciated, Ms. Lesher, in that memo, the reference to hard-to-fill positions and the 4 criteria that were listed under the phrase, each open position will be reviewed to verify. I just wanted to ask, how frequently will the board be updated on hard-to-fill positions and how we're planning to address them?
Chair Grijalba and Supervisor Scott, we've not determined a timeline or a tick-tock at this point. The deputy county administrators, the 3 of them, meet with the HR team and finance weekly to review, and those are coming up, and we plan to just bring them to the board when the determination is made, for example, for the next batch of in-demand jobs. What we could do is, when we bring that forward, summarize everything that has happened to date, reminders of what are the previously indicated hard-to-fill positions, as well as the ones that we are including at that time. If the board would like to set a regular schedule, we can do that, but there might not be something new if there's not been activity within the working group on that.
Chair Grijalba, I don't know that I need to request a regular update, but just, I think Ms. Lesher knows the concerns of the board. When there is news to share with us, I'm sure it would be appreciated. I wanted to point out one other thing about this budget, and this was covered in a memorandum back in May. Like every jurisdiction in the country, every local jurisdiction in the country, every state jurisdiction for that matter, we got money during the pandemic to pay for the costs of the pandemic. There were 2 relief bills that were passed when President Trump was in office, and then there was one bill that was passed when President Biden was elected. We are required to expend all of those funds by December 31st of 2026. And when Supervisor Christie asked for a comparison between the 18-19 budget, which was the last pre-pandemic budget, and this one, it was pointed out that grant-funded expenditures in that budget were only 4% of our total budget. This year, they were 16% of our total budget, with much of those grant-funded expenditures, again, being pandemic relief funds that we're slowly paying down. That goes down to 11% in this fiscal year. So for people in the community who have noted the increase in our budgets during the pandemic years, that's something that they're going to notice with the state budget, with all local budgets throughout Arizona, but they also need to be reminded that we're required, all jurisdictions are required to expend all those funds by December 31st of 2026. Chair Grijalva, I appreciate the chance to make these comments and to ask Ms. Lesher a few questions, and I'm going to be very pleased and proud to support this budget, and thank Ms. Lesher and her team again for both their responsiveness and their dialogue.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's disingenuous to say that even though the tax rate may appear to remain stable, people are going to pay more in property tax. And Ms. Lesher, in total, is it not true that people will be paying more in property taxes?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, if an individual's assessed valuation increased, then they will see an increase.
I think that most people will have a increase in their valuations, and that's never been really discussed adequately in this venue, because what you could do, obviously, is lower the primary property tax further to compensate for the rising valuations, and that really has not been an effort on this board. So to cloud it or to cloak it into the false idea that taxpayers will not be paying any more taxes is a misleading statement to make. This board could have reduced the primary tax rate further to compensate that. And I'm wondering also with the COVID monies that came in pouring into this county and all the programs that were a result of that effort to provide all the money into COVID-related items in Pima County. I wonder how many of those positions that were created from that money still remain and will remain and have become institutionalized. I think we've heard from our constituents and from our taxpayers the struggles that they are encountering with rising costs, inflation, making choices on what to spend, and we're going to be speaking later about rising homeowners insurance. This is not a time to be keeping the primary property tax quote unquote stable. It's the time to be lowering it to make up for the valuations that are forthcoming. So once again, we're not keeping primary overall property taxes lower, and people will be paying more, and consequently, I'll be voting against this budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a different philosophy. I had proposed an increase, and I'll tell you why. So I believe it's $121 million that the state has clawed back since what year, Administrator Lesher? Was it 5 years?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, yes, I believe it's 5 years. It's $121 million, or about 27% of our entire budget, are cost shifts that come from the state.
Yes. So, and we obviously just passed the state budget. I'm sure there's even more in there. So my philosophy, and it's different, and that's okay. But I believe that if you do very incremental increases that are not large increases like what I've experienced when I was on the Pima Community College Board, the state took away $23 million overnight. The college had to implement a layoff plan, and so we did that. But here's what I did as a board member, and we did increase to the levy max every year, whereas Pinal County chose to not do it for a number of 8 years, and then all of a sudden they had a 19% increase one year, and then everybody went crazy. I mean, we have inflation. We also know that the state is not going to be in a good position for 2 years, at least 2 years, if not more. And we have come to enjoy, as individuals that live in Pima County, the services that are rendered. So, for example, I mean, we've got, you know, if there's an issue with roads, for the most part, we'll listen to it, we'll hear it, it'll go on a list, and it'll get fixed. And it's not always a guarantee that we'll always have the health department services that we've become used to. And my philosophy is you increase a little bit, because remember what happened in 2007. All of it was the bust. And so what happens then is the appreciation of the houses and all of the properties went in the tube. I don't want to see this county hit a cliff and fall off it. That's my philosophy. So, and I know that it's very difficult for those that are at the one spectrum of poverty, but I also know those are the individuals that take advantage and that we're here for with some of the services that we provide.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second on item 17, the approval of the final budget. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 18 is debt service final budget. I move to close the public hearing and adopt the debt service final budget for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $103,851,301 at the effective tax rate of 0.1250.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie.
I'm sorry, we were voting on number 18.
Correct. Yes. So we have a motion, a second on 18. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 5-0. Thank you very much to finance and HR and our administration for working so hard on that budget. Do we want to take a little mini break, or do we want to go to 29 and 30 and then take a little mini break? Okay, all right. So if you'll indulge me very quickly, we're gonna I've had a request to go to item number 25, finance and risk management. 29, I apologize, monthly financial update. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, and I will turn it over to Ms. Moulton. And we do have a slide deck to walk through our update as of April of this fiscal year. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you about the April financial update. Next slide, please. First thing we wanted to bring to your attention is the Economic Decision Guide, which we published in early May for the second quarter of 2024. You will note that we are in uncertain economic times. All of our indicators are in the unfavorable category with the exception of inflation. Inflation, according to the experts, has stabilized. What that means for us is, and what they tell us, is that prices remain high, but the rate of inflation seems to have stopped going up as quickly as it had in the past. Next slide, please. The financial update for the month of April shows us with a ending fund balance of $124,474,190. $95, which is above what we need for our minimum 17% set aside for expenditures, which is a good position to be in. We are seeing what we expect at the end of the fiscal year is to have received approximately 2.25 to 4% increase in total revenues. We are also seeing an increase in expenditures. A decrease in expenditures from what we had originally budgeted of at 11%. Next slide, please. This slide was put together before the state adopted their budget. They adopted the budget on Saturday. We have not yet had an opportunity to crawl through it to see what was included as gifts to us. We will be reporting that back once we have that opportunity.
Was that a little sarcasm, the gift comment? A little bit? Well-deserved.
Sorry about that.
Nope. Don't apologize.
That is the update. We are ending the year in a good position at this point. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Administrator Lesher, and then I'll take questions.
Thank you. And Chair Grijalva, and I just, and thank you to the staff, wanted to call your attention to a memo I believe folks received yesterday from the Sheriff's Department. And I think it's important to note, and it's a real testament to the Sheriff Nanos and his finance team working with ours. We started, as you know, when we began to talk with you all about a $7.5 million projected deficit. And it is projected at this point that Sheriff's Department will be in the black at the end of the year.
Wow.
So there's been some fairly extraordinary work and between the various teams. And I think that $7.5 million hit's had taken a lot of focus, and we appreciate all the effort.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for highlighting that. Any other questions? Okay. All right. And so that was
just information.
You just information, no action, right? Okay. And then we'll go to 30. And 30 is a quarterly report on collections. Administrator Lesher.
Again, you have the report, Chair Grijalva, and we would simply recommend acceptance of the quarterly report on collections.
Okay. Would you like that in a vote? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move acceptance of the quarterly report on collections.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We do have a time certain item at 11, so maybe we can take a quick 5-7 minute stretch. Okay, great. Thank you. We'll be in recess for a few minutes. Okay, thank you so much for your patience and letting us get a little stretch. We're going to go to item number 25. This is an item that was to be heard at 11, so I apologize for being a little late. This is the Arizona Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions. And for those of you in the audience, if you can please take a seat, you can also continue conversations in the lobby and come back in. That's okay. This is a presentation from Director Barbara Richardson with the Arizona Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions on affordable dwelling insurance in wildfire-prone areas. And I know this was an item that was initially brought forward by Supervisor Christie, and Supervisor Lee also had a lot of interest in it. So thank you so much for being here and for driving up from Supervisor Scott. So we all have an interest, but it was brought initially forward by one supervisor and really endorsed by another. So I want to thank you for driving up from Phoenix to be here, and whenever you're ready to get started. Thank you.
Thank you, and I really appreciate being invited to come here. Can you hear me? Is that better? Okay. And I just want to say again, I want to thank you for inviting us to come here. And I especially wanted to come in person because I think if we're talking about insurance, even though nobody wants to talk about it, it's a long-term relationship. So if we're here and you get to meet us face to face, then you won't be so worried about contacting us and asking us to do a presentation via Skype or via WebEx or anything else if a particular topic comes up and you're interested in it. So, but for today, I'll introduce myself. My name is Barbara Richardson. I'm a head of the agency, which is the Insurance and Financial Institutions. And we are out of the Phoenix offices, but we do have actually offices here in Tucson. So we are spread around the state a little bit. Unfortunately, the offices that we have here are mostly for fraud. So probably not a happy reason to have them here. So, but I just wanted to let you know that there is a slight presence in your city. What we're really here to talk about today is why everybody is concerned, and the concern across the state actually is wildfires and how it's affecting people's homeowner premiums. So I have a fairly lengthy presentation. I'll try to go through it fairly quickly, and I've made sure to pull out technical details intentionally because I don't want people, insurance is hard enough to talk about, but I will be ready to answer any questions that you have on any technical details. I just thought that would be a better way to start our relationship. So basically, if you find yourself asking the question about why my premiums are going up, you're not alone. This is across the state and across the nation. Homeowners insurance companies have been filing a greater number of rate increases, and this has been especially since 2022. So with home insurance premiums rising not only in Arizona, but nationwide, consumers are rightly asking what is causing these increases and what can they do about them. This is especially concerning for folks who may be seeing even more significant spikes if they live in high risk or disaster prone areas. So let's dive into some of the prominent factors that cause the homeowner insurance premiums to increase. Then we can discuss what consumers can do to help lighten that impact. So the price insurance companies charge for policies are determined by the likelihood that someone will make a claim on the policy and what the cost of that claim will be to get handled or taken care of. The following are the basic factors that insurance companies consider in determining the premium. First, the amount of coverage you choose. So if you select higher limits for your dwelling, your personal property, loss of use, or liability coverage, you'll see an increase in your premium. This includes your decision to buy a policy that covers actual replacement costs versus the market value of your home should it be lost in its entirety. And I think that is something that people really need to be thinking about when they look at their homeowners policies, especially from what I can tell, the cost of your homes is rising. But there's the cost to replace it even higher. You have to go through that sort of thinking as you're making your purchase. And purchases for homeowner insurance are done on an annual basis, so every year you have an option to make that kind of decision or make that kind of determination for yourself. So next, the insurance carriers look to see where your home is located. Homes in locations at greater risk of named perils, for example, windstorms, fires, this includes wildfires, theft and ice, snow, sleet. These all increase the likelihood that someone will file a claim on the property.
Then the companies look at the history of the property, claims history, the type of property you own, and how well you've maintained that home, and have you done any mitigation. This includes steps that you've taken to protect your home and your property to reduce the risk of loss. There are also other factors that are out of consumers' control that determine the home of a price of an insurance policy, of a homeowner's insurance policy. So unfortunately, the bugaboo in the room, we've all heard it. I heard it in your presentation early, inflation. So that does factor into play. We've seen a slowing of the inflation rate, which is fantastic, but the prices are still sitting high. So the question is whether or not that'll affect it going forward in a positive way or a negative way. The other thing that has really harmed in general, our economy is labor shortages, and that has significantly affected homeowners' rates, as well as materials and the cost of those materials. For example, according to data compiled by the Federal Reserve Bank, the cost of asphalt roofing shingles and coating materials has surged 32% since 2020. So if you're trying to replace a roof, all of a sudden that price gets significantly higher than it was even 4 or 5 years ago. The lumber prices have also risen. Now, given the increases in construction and material costs, it's easy to understand that it'll cost more to rebuild your home if it were damaged or destroyed by a named peril. And these price increases, in turn, drive up the costs of your homeowner's insurance. So the other things affecting them are supply chain, the labor shortages. Those have also hit the markets, and they affect the cost of home construction and reconstruction costs. So that leads the reconstruction and repairs costs to not just be higher, but take longer than they have in the past. So if you're required to evacuate your home, for example, if there's a fire, another portion of your insurance coverage may kick in, and that's going to be for your loss of use and potentially pay to put you and your family up in an alternative living arrangement. And those terms have become longer than normal and longer than they have in the past because it's taking so much longer to get the materials and so much longer to get the labor. So all of these things are driving costs up that have nothing to do with a person's choice. So those are driving in general, and you're going to see that across the field. So the next factor that we're seeing, unfortunately, is changing weather patterns and an increase in the strength and number of natural disasters. So we've all experienced them here in Arizona. There's been shifts in weather patterns and observable increase in the severity of storms and natural disasters here in Arizona. That means our homes are increasingly exposed to these natural disasters and catastrophic events. And the increased exposure to this risk drives up the insurance cost and the number, based on the number and severity of claims. You'll see that across the board anytime that there's an increase in the number or severity, because you're going to see it in your vehicle insurance as well. So if those things can be controlled, then it controls the costs. But of particular interest to this audience, I think, is how the increase of wildfires and other peril risks in the state are affecting their insurance premiums. So due to Arizona's dry climate and the development of wild urban interfaces, so this is one of my favorite acronyms, WUI. So if you live in the WUI, which is the line or area or zone where structures and other human development meet or intermingle with undeveloped wildfire or wildland or vegetative fuel. So it's that area that's the brush area between your home and the forest, if that gives a better picture. We've also had many new locations that are susceptible to wildfires, and summer monsoon storms also cause damage. I don't know how bad they are here as far as causing damage, but I do know that there's a flood risk involved in those. And we also understand the haboob and the high winds that come through, not just from those two particular ones, but also from the atmospheric rivers that we're seeing coming out of California. So it's easy to understand why then the homeowners in high flood, tornado, hurricane, and earthquake zones understandably pay more for their insurance, but the risks are different here in Arizona. So what we have done at our agency is really focus the insurance carriers on the risks that are here, not what is happening in the other states as far as any kind of concern that they have in risks over and above the normal inflation cost to replace, or cost of materials. So we've actually focused them on the insurance risks here because unfortunately, we do have a predominant risk, which is wildfire.
It's normal to think as wildfires as being in forest areas, but desert areas offer significant risks as well. And that's really where you're going to see it mostly here in the southern part of the state. Insurance claims, again, come from monsoons as well, and they can bring high winds. And while not covered by standard homeowners insurance, flood is defined, there's also increase in flooding in the areas where wildfires have burned. So flood is defined as water that enters the home from outside at ground level. So this type of coverage requires a separate policy that must be purchased in addition to your homeowner's insurance. So there is a perk in the Arizona law that allows for, there's normally a wait time for purchasing flood insurance. However, if you've just experienced a fire, they've gotten rid of that wait time. So you can actually purchase a flood policy right away to cover the flood that might cause harm to your home right after a fire has hit. So there is a perk in the Arizona law that you're not going to see in other state laws. So, and basically, the real reason that I think that we all need to chat and we all need to understand what's going on is homeowners want to know what they can do. I mean, what kind of controls can anybody put in their own hands to help keep their home safe, which is the most important thing, and then to lower their insurance costs. Because in our agency, our concern first is to make sure that people don't lose their homes, their lives, their property. Although there are some pretty sweeping economic and weather-related risks that are making home insurance more expensive, everybody's individual behavior and choices have a major impact on keeping the costs as low as possible. So let's first talk about mitigation controls. So reducing the known risk factors associated with losses due to weather-related events, fire, flooding, through mitigation efforts is your best way to control increasing insurance premiums. And there's ways to think about mitigation efforts. There are community efforts, and then there's personal efforts, which they go together, but they don't have to be done together. So it's something that the community take on as a whole, and it will affect the entire community's risk base or personal decisions that consumers can make for themselves. So there's a lot of community mitigation tools as well as personal mitigation tools available. They mostly focus on tools to help educate and understand the wildlife interface area, because that's where the fire makes that leap into the homeowners area. So what we like to do at our agency is get consumers to get involved in community organization mitigation efforts such as Firewise USA, the Federal Emergency Management or FEMA programs, the state emergency management programs, those are through DEMA, the Federal Alliance for Safe Homes, which is a group called FLASH, and you can also turn to your local fire department and district managers. They all have tools that are available if you're trying to think about how to make your community a safer place, and can help get grants, can help provide some service and provide some help in actually making some changes. And I do know that our DEMA folks are always excited to go into areas to lower the fire risk. So they would love to have that open conversation with you. There are a lot of other types of programs that you can look into, and we have at our agency looked into other community mitigation tools that have happened in other states. So we can help if your community decides to do something, we can put you in touch with other communities who've actually made changes and made efforts and actually effectuated change in their areas. But you have to have it based on your own risks. So sometimes using everything that the state of Washington, there's a small community in the state of Washington has made significant changes there. It's not going to quite fit, but it gives you an idea of how they did it, why they thought about it, and where they've gone to make their changes. And those are the kind of connections that we can help make for you all if that's something you want to do. So there's also opportunities for individual homeowners to undertake personal mitigation actions. So this is keeping your yard clean of flammable debris, understanding how landscaping choices may affect the way fires or embers interact with your home. And I think most people who are, acquainted with this understand it's the embers that are almost always the first thing that causes a fire. So that if controlling those embers makes a huge difference in how they will affect or touch your property. So the few things that you can think about is creating defensible space, not just around your home, but your outbuildings, and using fire-resistant building materials. I will say that we've been working with the personal risk mitigation folks for quite some time, and the insurance companies, to figure out how those pieces to go together. And what we have determined, what the insurance carriers have determined, is that one thing won't be enough. So if you're doing defensible space, you also have to worry about, looking at your downspouts and looking at your roof, making sure your outbuildings are far away, and making sure that you don't have like coyote fencing, which is decorative, but a lot of people like it, but it's basically it's bringing a fire line right to your home. So those are the kind of things that we've been talking to them about. And they will recognize any kind of work that's done for mitigation, but it has to be done in a thoughtful way, and I make that sound more sort of perfunctory than I should have, but they want to make sure that you're making a big enough difference. One little thing you do is not going to be enough. You've got to do several things to make an impact on your risk. So, and if you do happen to live in an area of high wildfire risk, due to the increase of risks, you may lose your home to wildfire, and that's going to be the concern that, again, that most drives our sort of concern over the public issues. So the hard part is, and you'll have already probably experienced this, is that if the price of the insurance premiums increase significantly, people can't afford it, and you'll see insurance companies pulling out of the market because they can't afford to also protect people's homes. So we've seen a shift in the wildfire-prone areas with insurance companies looking at the risks. Say there's 100 homes that they have in a particular area, they've cut down their insurance footprint in that area to 5 homes. And they say, other insurance companies, you take the rest of the homes, because we can't take the hit if this entire community gets burnt. So we need to spread the risk around. So sometimes when companies say they're not writing anymore, that's what they're doing, is they're just altering their risk pattern. So I would say that that fortunately mitigation tools do provide the opportunity for homeowners to take action to reduce their wildfire risk, and thereby reduce the risk that a company will take you off of their insurance lists or their insurance rolls. So really, what does this mean? So for all of us, it means everyone here personally and as a community can make a difference. So our agency works to provide, and we have continued to provide all of the Arizona insurance consumers with hopefully resources and knowledge, and we can continue to do so. I think that's one of the reasons why we wanted to come here and, like I said, start this relationship, so that we can help make sure to keep on feeding information of more of a technical nature, because that's what you're going to need as things progress, if that's something that you want to pursue. And we do have a website that has this information on it, that it's exactly geared towards this, and it'll point to the websites of the other state agencies and federal agencies that are also providing some support. So I have to admit, well-informed consumers make better decisions. So I fully agree with that. So and I know that insurance is boring, but it makes a difference. So we try really hard not to let it drag us down, because for me, it's really a way to help people, and I wanted to make sure that everybody gets a chance to be able to think about that. So I would say the other thing is focusing on risk, reducing risk also gives a better chance of resiliency. You want your community to survive this, and to thrive. So that's something to think about as you're considering how this is going to work. So current mitigation initiatives and programs out there right now address fire spread, accessibility, defensible space, water supply, and all of these have to do with any building that is constructed near the WUI or the wildland urban interface that are susceptible. Also, we know just from empirical evidence that communities, when they work together to implement risk mitigation strategies, these efforts are recognized by the insurance carriers and as part of an overall strategy to lower the possible loss of individual homes in the communities.
Therefore, they will start selling in areas which they wouldn't have in the past, because they know that the community is also trying to work towards keeping people's homes safe. So in the short run, even though we can't fix everything right away, and we're going to be working with everybody to do what we can and offer services, our agency does provide a listing of all those insurance companies who have indicated willingness to provide coverage in forested and desert areas of the state. It's a much smaller list than it was in years past, but they're still willing to do that. You just have to sometimes spend, unfortunately, some time weeding through to make sure that that's not the only insurance carrier in your community, because that's the thing that they'll be looking at, is trying to spread that out. And not all of these insurance companies, to be honest with you, will have competitive prices. We're not asking anybody to take a price that is exorbitant or not within your comfort zone, because there are other options. So we are really saying, hey, I know it's a lot of work, and that's what your producer or your agent is for. Enlist them to help you make these changes. And if they can't, because some producers or some insurance agents only work for one company, and they can't help like, I don't want to mention a company name, but they work for company A, which means that they can't sell policies for company B. You may have to go to another insurance broker or agent in order to get information about more than what's the information on company A. So as these changes come into everyone's lives, their insurance needs changes. So that's the other thing we're really pushing, is annual insurance reviews or checkups are a great way to follow what you've done, see if it's made a difference, and then see if there's things that you can think about doing going forward to alter your pattern heading forward. So I will leave it at that. And like I said, if you have any technical questions, you can ask me. I'm certainly available. We also have a consumer hotline, and just give us a call you can get there through our website, and we'll be more than happy to talk to everybody.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
we have here today several people who have traveled to be here to hear your presentation, and they're from affected areas. And I'm hoping that the chair would allow them to make a brief statement, to have real-world experiences expressed to the director, to know what our folks in Pima County are experiencing, and I would hope that that would be allowable by the chair.
But we have a time certain item at 11:30, and still a significant part of our agenda the regular agenda that we haven't covered. I think maybe if you have one or two people that can speak quickly, and then perhaps trying to coordinate a meeting with this department, that could be a bigger community conversation.
I'm sure we have some folks that can be concise in their presentation. And if, come on up, if you can, yeah.
Yeah, and then perhaps it would be an opportunity for you, this is a sampling of some of the concerns of Pima County community members, and where specifically they might be able to get some additional resources. Go ahead and come forward. If you could just state your name, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grajava. Supervisors, thank you, Barbara. My name is Sally Crum. I'm the president of the Mountain Lemon Homeowners Association, and I'm also the lead of the Mountain Lemon Firewise community. So many of the things that Barbara talked about, we're already doing. One of the things that cause concern is not just the affordability, but the unavailability of insurance. So my question to the board, as you work with the state, and I thank you very much for the letter that you sent to Governor Hobbs about our concerns, is with unavailability, the state of California has the FAIR Act, which is fair access to insurance requirements that they put in place in the 1960s. Florida now has the Citizens Property Insurance Plan put in place in 2002 to assist homeowners as kind of a safety net when they are unable to obtain insurance from any of the carriers, even after they've done the mitigation and the suggested things. We work really hard. We have a very active community. You guys recognize us in May when we have our annual Firewise event. And as a community, I don't know if Barbara's aware, but the Aspen Fire, we lost over 350 homes. And then the Bighorn Fire 4 years ago burned over 100,000 acres. So we're very familiar. We're surrounded by U.S. Forest Service property, which they have done an excellent job just recently trying to thin. But we're looking for help for those who cannot obtain any insurance. Has Arizona looked into some sort of plan like California and Florida have for those homeowners who are unable to obtain insurance? And I would request nicely that we begin to look into that, because Arizona is beginning to look a lot like California with all of the wildfires and all of the risk that we have. But thank you very much for your time and for considering this an important part of Pima County concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, very quickly, just one last
Supervisor
thing.
Christie. Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, Director, that we have here in Pima County nine Firewise USA certified communities, and many of them have been here for over 20 years. So this is something that's very much part of what you described as a step towards lower premiums as well as available coverage. So it's something that we have been doing for for a couple of decades now, and we're still having these problems. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Scott.
You had mentioned that, thank you, Chair Grijalva, you had mentioned that you had a list of providers. Perhaps you can give that to the board, and we can also pass that on to our communities. Thank you. Thank you for making the trip.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And Director Richardson, thank you for your detailed and informative presentation. And Supervisor Christie, thank you for providing the impetus for getting these items on the agenda, consistent with the comments that we heard from our speaker from the Mount Lemon Homeowners Association. I'd like to ask the county administrator to follow up with our lobbyist to look at legislation that we could advocate for as part of the county's legislative program that's going to be developed in the next few months, and perhaps even bring some of those matters up to our colleagues in the County Supervisors Association, as I'm sure that there are constituents in the other 14 counties who are dealing with similar issues.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up, Director Richardson. I'm wondering if, as was mentioned, if the state of Arizona is looking at any sort of guaranteed insurance, as we have many people that don't have access to fire insurance. Are you aware of anything? Yes, feel free to come back up. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I was respectful. So, yeah, for the record, this is Barbara Richardson. So, Arizona, in order to put a FAIR plan in place, like some of the state, it is a legislative change. So, it would require the state legislators to agree to the plan. I would caution, as you're thinking about it, is that the FAIR plans themselves only pay a portion of your home loss. Therefore, it's not full insurance. So as you're thinking about a particular base plan, it's the same exact insurance companies are walking away now. It's basically capping it at a certain dollar amount. So as you're thinking about your legislation, you want to be thinking about that issue.
Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just suggest to the director that as long as she's here, I'm sure the residents in the affected areas would love to shake your hands and meet you and have a few words. So if there's an opportunity, you could spend a little time as we move on through our agenda.
Certainly, I was going to go out in the hallway and wait.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
And thank you for being here.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to go on to and thank you all for coming. Appreciate your time. We're going to move on to item 68. This is a hearing, a rezoning regarding North Bonanza Avenue. And this is a hearing, and so we have 3 speakers that have filled out a card. One is Elizabeth Atade, Brian Conley, and Kevin Wolford. Elizabeth? Oh, telephonic.
Hi, I apologize. My name is Liz Tardy.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I just want to let you know you have 3 minutes, and we'll reset the timer.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I'm trying to hurry up.
Okay, we're all set. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I live at 9859 East Verrill Place, that's Veryl Place. I wanted to make my concerns known about any mitigation for the north end of the property on Bonanza. I realize that the floodplain has been adjudicated as being south. However, I do not believe that enough attention has been paid to the north end of the property, which if the soil is compacted any further, it will cause more water to flow down the wash that separates my 2 parcels of my property and create even more damage than it already had in 21. I am currently trying to dig the wash out. I am getting estimates for that. It will cost me around $2,200 or more to have that dug out. It deposited 8 to 10 inches of water from the monsoon. I did submit pictures for you to look at. I do believe that if the water flows even more freely on the north end of his property, then it will create a not mitigated damage to my property and will cause even more damage than it did in 21 and 22. So I'm just asking for a review of the permeable soils on his area, because I do not believe that they are permeable and water absorbent. I believe that they do not absorb water. So if it is packed down even more, it will create damage to my property and perhaps lower the value of mine. That's my 3 minutes worth. Thank you. And you do have pictures of the flood that occurred at that time, and that is how it goes across Bonanza every time it rains.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Brian Conley? I just am taking them in order. Please feel free to come up. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for serving those speakers earlier, wasn't it? Wow. But it's good to be part of the process, you know? It's good to see. My name is Brian Conley, and I am one of the neighbors in the area, 9921 Wild Javelina. And our point is, we think the local homeowners feel it's fair and realistic to maintain the current aesthetic integrity of all new construction in the area, maybe with a height restriction, single story, up to 18 or 24 feet in the area. We appreciate Kevin and Sandy's investment into the area, but we think there should be some restrictions put on the new construction. Thanks.
Thank you. Kevin Wolford. And if anyone else wishes to speak on this issue, Mr. Wolford is my last card.
Oops. There goes my page. First of all, I want to thank the board for taking this item out of order and allowing me to speak before the end, not wait till the end. I'm Kevin Wolford. My wife Sandy and I are new to Tucson. We visited Tucson in January 23 and liked everything about it. The people, the climate, the outdoor activities, the beauty of the Sonoran Desert. Now, I come from a construction background, so when Sandy and I saw this property, it just spoke to us. It includes an old house, quirky old house with an elevator. Just something I'd love to get my hands dirty and work on. But this property also includes 6 acres of natural, beautiful Sonoran Desert. Saguaros all over the place, mountain views in all directions. It's got these funny little pig-like animals that I didn't even know what they were called until somebody talked to me about those. And now I don't want to upset any of that. I'm not a big city developer. I'm just a guy that wants to build a house, one house, maybe 2 extra houses on that property, which I don't see that as causing much of a disturbance. The thing is, I don't need 6 acres. In fact, I only have enough money to maybe do one lot, but so what I really need to do is divide the property. Can't do it until it's split, can't split it until it's rezoned. Now the benefits to my neighbors and to the county are as follows. I aim to protect the natural fauna of the property so much as it is in my control. Now the home that I envision, which would be visible from Bonanza, would be architecturally attractive so as to complement the neighborhood and support property values. Number three, this would increase the tax base, which is kind of ironic that I would mention that in this meeting, and that we need to increase the tax base. And number four is it would increase pressure on the county to improve Bonanza Avenue. And I was going to talk about the two-story thing, if I could have another few seconds.
You have a minute.
Yeah, I think that, yes, and I think that
okay.
it's important because some of the questions.
Regarding two-story structures, three of my immediate neighbors have two-story houses in addition to my house. Number two, two-story homes have a smaller roof area compared to the number of square feet in the house, and that creates less impact for runoff. And the next thing I want to say is that this is a low-density area. We're talking about one house per acre. When you think of an acre as 43,000 square feet, a house has a footprint of maybe 5,000 square feet. So when you look at that house from, say, 400 feet away, that doesn't cause a very big impact on the view of the mountains, at least not in my opinion. And then another thing is that the house doesn't have to be 34 feet tall. It could be 24 feet tall. So I really need to put a two-story house on that lot because with the setback from the wash, it only gives 10,000 square feet. Not enough for a one-story when that one-story house is all spread out. So I'm out of time. I want to thank you again for listening to this case and for taking it out of order. So.
Thank you. And I gave you a couple more minutes because I interrupted you for that.
Plus, I dropped my notes.
No, we didn't even start it until later.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Board members, do you have questions?
Sure. Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott, then Supervisor Christie.
Just, I wanted to ask either Mr. DeBonis or Mr. Poirier, since the staff report was written and since the meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were standard and special conditions that were agreed to by the Planning and Zoning Commission, cited in the staff report. But in the time since those two things, the writing of the staff report and the meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, have there been any other concerns or considerations that have been brought up either by staff or by people in the affected area that might warrant additional consideration by the board?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, the short answer is yes. So we heard today a caller from across, the caller who lives across the street, concerned about overall density and potential impact as it relates to flooding. That's one that we heard this morning. And then Mr. Connolly speaking, bringing up the idea of height. I was present at the commission meeting. I'm not sure how much those issues are really teased out. So today we heard, the two concerns that are relatively new brought up before the board right now. And there is always an ability for the board to add, amend, or strike a condition. So if this line of question has to do with whether or not the board can add a condition, historically, yes, the board has full authority to add a rezoning condition at the board meeting.
And following up on that, based on the concerns that have been raised not only by the first speaker, but also in communications to the board about flooding. I'm looking at what the report was from the flood control district, but I'm also thinking about what was shared by the speakers and their real life experience. would there be any possibility for the flood control district to follow up on those concerns?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, the district did get a lot of the ability to do significant review on this rezoning. It first came in actually with more lots, then was revised, and there was a lot of back and forth between the applicant's hydrologist and our flood control. So they've certainly had a good look at it. In their staff report, they highlighted a lot of concerns. The story won't end in regards to flood, because as then they seek their building permits, they're also going to be triggering the need to engage with flood again. So I think flood did get an ample look at the request. Although there aren't standalone rezoning conditions, flood did attach in their staff report certain comments and got certain things on the record that are very important.
That's on page 4 of the staff report?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So just, and I want to not monopolize all the time, because I know Supervisor Christie has a question as well, but if the board were to entertain any additional conditions based on flooding, I don't know that I'd have the capacity to be able to propose those, and don't know if that's something that either you or Mr. DeBonis can recommend, or if we can follow up with Mr. Shep and his department. I'm aware of what they put in the staff report, but you're saying that we could consider additional conditions, but I don't know that I would have the ability to make those without any kind of staff guidance.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, we are prepared to try to come up with some appropriate language based on your concerns. And historically, through other rezonings, we've done this, where we try to facilitate a condition and make that recommendation right here.
Okay. And what would that be?
I would imagine if there's a flood concern, a flood condition that you're hearing today, significant policy that drives the flood controls district review of our rezonings have to do with maximizing avoidance of mapped floodways. So there is a chance, if the board is inclined, to try to eliminate the most major disturbance of the floodway as it relates to this rezoning. So in this case, the applicant is proposing 3 lots, or one of them has an existing home. A second one would be along Bonanza south of the existing home, but the third one would require a at-grade crossing disturbing the floodway to obtain access to that third lot in the southeast corner. So if the board is inclined to minimize the density to reduce impact to the floodway, I would advise the board to consider a condition that would preclude the ability to access that third home through the floodway, and only allow it if the applicant can secure access from another property owner. So it would be only allowing up to 2 homes along Bonanza, and the third one only be developed provided there be alternative access that does not disturb the mapped floodway.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie, and then I'll speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the developers, welcome to Pima County. Question, you mentioned that you just moved to Pima County and extolled all the great benefits of it here. We are in agreement with them, but I do have a question. Where is your tax bill on this property sent to?
Sent to me?
Yes, sir.
Tax bill is sent to me.
What is the address of the tax bill?
4510 North Bonanza Avenue.
Okay, it's not sent to Iowa or anything of that nature?
We live here now. We sold our Iowa house.
Okay, so the tax bill stays
I think
here.
that if you're going to continue to ask questions, you should probably come up to the mic, because
Sure.
nobody can hear for the record.
So the tax bill is not sent to Iowa, it's sent here to you?
Yeah, I sold my house in Iowa and moved here. We're permanent residents now.
Okay. And also, one of the issues that we're having is that our district is kind of the gateway to the Tanque Verde Valley, and there's concern that people are coming in and buying large lots that have been there for decades and subdividing them, and it's affecting and imputing the integrity of the historic value of the Tanque Verde Valley, and they're concerned that you're taking these pristine, beautiful, natural, large lots and subdividing them into several homes, that it takes away from the value and the beauty and the initial essence of the Tanque Verde Valley. So there are concerns. One constituent sent me a picture. Is this your property, and is this your sign on your property?
Yes.
It says land for sale.
Yes.
And the zoning hasn't even been completed yet, and it's already being advertised for sale.
Yes.
And is that?
I'm an optimist.
Uh-huh.
And I'm hoping to get some people interested so that when this process is done, I'll already have people that, and I wouldn't, I can't complete a sale, obviously, before the zoning is finished.
Okay.
But I can at least start the ball rolling. I'm under some financial pressure. I have half the money that I paid for this lot is due at the end of this month, and I don't have it. I had hoped that this process would have moved faster over the last 2 or 3 months. So I'm a little bit under the gun. So I'm just trying to get things done ahead of time so that I can.
Even though the zoning process hasn't been completed yet.
I'm an optimist that it will be completed. My property sits as an island surrounded by miles of CR1. It's one of the few remaining properties, and it's only 6 acres. I wouldn't call it a really large lot that a developer is going to come in and put up like's going on at Sabino Canyon Golf Course. Those houses are on 1/8 of an acre lots. This is 1 house per acre. I'm only contemplating 2 more houses.
Total 3 then?
Total 3 with the existing house on the entire 6 acres. So, and also I'm an advocate of natural preservation. I do not want to disturb the natural flow of the wash or the riparian habitat. Putting a through the wash crossing, from my limited engineering experience, would have a negligible effect on the flow of the water. The water coming down from the mountains after a 100-year rain isn't going to check the zoning to see if it can come through and fill the water. The washes are going to fill up after a heavy rain. It's just how it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Normally when we look at these rezonings, we have a little more information about the kind of property that's going to be put on, like, what it looks like, what the footprint is going to be. I just feel like we don't have a lot of that information, and perhaps some of the complaints that we've had from neighbors have more to do with they don't like a lot of the unknown. And so I know it went through planning and zoning, and I'm looking at a picture of your home. It's beautiful. And there's also, it's already a portion of it is already 2-story. And so I'm just wondering if it would make sense for there to be some additional information provided to us before we vote, like, the other 2 properties, where specifically will they be? How is it going to be consistent with the home that's already on the property? And I'm trying to look for images, and all I can see is behind your home. You have it looks like a pretty dense development behind you. I'm not really sure what it looks like on the front end. But those are just some of my concerns. I don't know if any of my colleagues share it, or if you have enough information to move forward, but that would be my concern.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate that, and also think it would be helpful for the board to have in writing the additional condition that Mr. Poirier was discussing. So I wonder if we couldn't continue this this item to our July 2nd meeting so that we could get that information. I would put that in the form of a motion.
Any other questions? I'll second for sake of discussion. Any other questions? All right, we have a request to continue this item to our next board meeting. Motion is, go ahead.
Just and with the request that we get that condition in writing, and then also the additional information that you were referring to, Chair.
Because I guess I'm wondering, what are some of the restrictions? Usually when we get some of these rezonings, there are restrictions that are already part of the proposal, including where it will be located, 1-story, 2-story, all of that information is usually something that's negotiated with the community before it comes to the board. And so when I have people coming to call to the audience that are sharing concerns, and a lot of it is a lot of question marks, that sort of, I don't feel comfortable voting on something when we haven't at least allowed the community to understand what the parameters are going to be. And if there are no parameters, then we say that too. But usually when they come from these kinds of rezonings, we know pretty specifics, like, how many parking lot. I mean, we have a lot more detail than we do for this rezoning.
Chair Geraldo.
His Supervisor Scott.
And to your point, I just wanted to say to Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Poirier, I would understand Mr. Wolford's frustration if the item was continued, especially given the points that he made. And I think some of these issues should have been raised in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I don't know if some of the neighbors raised those issues in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission or if staff did, but I agree with the chair that having some of those issues addressed before the matter came before the board would have been preferred.
I can speak to that a little bit. When I came here, my original intent was to put a road in with a cul-de-sac, which would have opened a whole can of worms in regards to platting and drainage and retention. And in regards to this process, I've taken the road out completely. Simply want to rezone it. We don't have plans. We don't have house plans drawn up. We don't know what kind of a house it's going to look like. The only house that's going to be visible to the public, it would be the one next to ours. The other one would be way back on the lot, probably covered up by trees and cactus. So those concerns probably would be irrelevant. So when they come to me and say, what are your plans, I won't be able to have something more to add for the next meeting.
You mentioned how beautiful Tucson is, and and I think the reason why that we continue to sort of have so much natural vegetation is because we ask a lot of questions. My predecessors, everybody has asked. We value our desert landscape and our natural environment, and I understand the concerns from community members about the height when you don't, they lived in this area to look at the views and the fauna, natural fauna, and I think there's just too many questions for me to be able to vote right now. So, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And Planning and Zoning voted unanimously with 2 members absent, 8-0. I'm comfortable with what we heard from staff in terms of any flood mitigation additional condition would be. So I'm fine voting yes now, and I'll be fine voting yes on July 2nd. So.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second to continue to July 2nd. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Are you abstaining?
Sure.
You're abstaining. 4 and 1 abstention. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we've addressed all the time certain items, so we're gonna go ahead and go through basically starting our meeting, our regular meeting. There will be no executive session. So item 19 is a request for a drainage easement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Did we want to go ahead and take item 20 through 22?
Madam Chair, I have,
So no.
Madam Chair, if I could deal with 21 and 22 separately.
We'll just go ahead and do 20. 20 is the Institute of Museum and Library Services. This is the 10th year of this Writers in Residence project. And it's a grant acceptance. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 21 is the Institute of Museum and Library Services to provide serving patrons psychosocial needs, and this is a grant acceptance. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
This is really a reimagination of the purpose of libraries. We're putting mental health professional in libraries to deal with the psychosocial needs of patrons. It's becoming a mental health center, and I think it will encourage folks with those situations and those challenges, give them a sense of need to seek the libraries for help. That's not a kid-friendly environment. It's not an environment that I would have associate with having a library, a community library, to have mental health issues and social workers there to be addressed. Library patrons themselves, no matter what age, I don't believe that they want to be subjected to those who are suffering from challenges of a psycho illness. Certainly, we shouldn't be turning our libraries into a mental health community center. And to put this into a different perspective, this really isn't the role of government to provide these mental health services at a library. So I will be voting no on this.
Okay, thank you. Being the mom and wife and sister of librarians, our public libraries bring together a very diverse, all the patrons are very diverse, representative of the very diverse community that we live in. I think this grant is going to allow us to do a needs assessment, provide supports that are needed right now. They don't have the services, but the patrons are coming in through the door. So I don't know that this is going to specifically bring in any more people. Hopefully it does, especially if these are high needs patrons that need those services. But I think that it's not my understanding from the grant, it's $58,000. So it's not going to be every library, and perhaps it's going to be focused on certain libraries. And so I'm happy to vote for the item. And so we have a motion and a second? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 22 is to provide Hoopla digital services. I just kind of wanted to say that. Okay, and I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
It seems like there's a move in the libraries to go to digital offerings, which are added to the already growing list of online library services. I think it's probably a timely matter here that we need an analysis of just how many library branches do we really need if everything's going to digital services. Now, obviously, we just passed a motion to have mental health services in our libraries. This really is kind of going away from all the traditional library services that we're all used to growing up in a community. If this is the case, where we can do everything online and receive digital offerings, who needs libraries? So I'm going to go ahead and vote for this item, but I would like to have some kind of analysis about, with all these digital offerings, why do we have the need for libraries?
Well, we will always need libraries, but because they're amazing, wonderful hubs for our community. They provide a lot of other services, but I think what this specific grant and its accepting of an award is to expand the digital collection to provide access to materials that are not available at every branch. And so some of our larger libraries like Maine have a lot of different resources, but perhaps some of the ones in Green Valley or some of our smaller locations cannot bring it in. This will provide audiobooks, ebooks, all of that. They can be downloaded, and then that format would be available for more people in our community.
Do you even need to go into a library to access these?
No, I don't. As long as you have a library card, I think you can access all of the services online that are available online. But, internet and those things, not everyone has access to those. So you might have to actually go into the library to get access to an electronic device, get access to internet, but then, you go into the library wanting to look at one specific ebook. Green Valley doesn't have that, but Maine does, and it's available for download. You can utilize that in the library or at home.
In addition to the analysis of the bricks and mortar issue, maybe we could look at a consolidation of the library system that we have. Maybe we don't need as many locations if that's the case, where we have access digitally and through the internet, things of this nature. It just seems to me that we're falling far short of what the original intent and mission of library was.
I appreciate that. I wouldn't support reducing the number of libraries, but if you'd like to discuss it, we can have a conversation about that. Put an item on the agenda. Any other questions? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we're going to go to 23, the approval of the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Just wanted to ask if Mr. DeBonis could follow up with staff in Parks and Recreation, because when we were talking about reappointing Ms. Kabalik as one of our two members to that commission, we were informed by somebody in department staff that there was discussion at the department level to reduce the number of appointees by supervisors from 2 to 1. That was something that was reported to my staff, so if you could follow up on that, I'd greatly appreciate it. And let them know that I, for one, would not be in support of that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 24 is an update on boards, committees, and commissions for supervisors. Any updates?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I was very pleased last week to co-facilitate a meeting with you and Administrator Lesher. The PAC director, Ms. Dangler, was there, as were many of our partners in the community who are interested in PAC and its leadership role in protecting animal welfare and safeguarding animal rights. We were also pleased to have the new director of the Humane Society with us, and Judge Kendrick Wilson from Justice Court, who hears a great many of the animal welfare cases that come before Justice Court. As Ms. Lesher and this was just the first of a series of meetings that we hope to have with our community partners so that we can maintain that sound relationship between PAC and those partners. Also wanted to mention that the PAG Regional Council and the RTA Board met on May 30th. The RTA Board heard a proposal from General Maxwell, who is our chair and the governor's Southern Arizona representative to the State Transportation Board, that each jurisdiction has taken back to their staffs to discuss in preparation for our next meeting on July 25th, with the hope that we will be moving ever closer to getting an RTA Next plan out to the voters for the public review period. That is all my report.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. All right, now we're on 20. We've addressed 25, 26, tobacco and vaping. This is an item that was brought forward to this board and voted on 2019, the city of Tucson. It was supposed to be a city of Tucson and Pima County doing this sort of regional approach, and the Board of Supervisors voted it down that day. And so what this will do is it will direct our county administrator and staff to obtain data from the city of Tucson regarding its tobacco and vaping products ordinance to see how well it's working and how it's achieving their goals now that they've had 4 years of data, obtaining data from the Pima County Health Department, Pima County Courts, and the Arizona Attorney General's Office related to sale and use of tobacco vaping products by youth under the age of 21, working with tobacco and vaping product retailers and health-related interest groups to obtain their information on issues of youth purchases and use of these products, and returning to the Board of Supervisors with the proposed ordinance addressing these issues that's in accord with what the City of Tucson's program is, and perhaps looking at ways to strengthen and update that ordinance, since I know that ordinance, the one that was even passed by the City of Tucson, was one that had a series of compromises that perhaps now, knowing the health effects of vaping and how damaging it can be in a very short period of time, maybe that data will help inform looking at some tighter restrictions. But that would be something that this board would vote on in general when it would come back, the ordinance. But this would be something that we're asking all of those entities to look at.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Scott, or Christie.
Would the state law now for vaping, what is the age?
21.
21, and that's what you're looking to raise the county ordinance to 21.
I don't think it's just the age, because I want to, yeah, go ahead.
That's my question. So it's already in the state law that it's 21. In the next meeting that you want all this information to be brought forth to the board, could we ask the county attorney to give us a written opinion about the legality of matching or actually superseding a county ordinance that is already existent in the state ordinance, if this is a legal situation? And just since I was on the board at the time when this was voted on and I voted against it, the real issue was not necessarily just the problems with vaping and the age, but it was the enforcement. And it was the pressure being put on business owners, particularly the clerks behind the cashier, that were being asked to be judge, jury, police force, nanny, everything else, to have to patrol and to control vaping. And all the clerks wanted was to make their money, feed their families, and go home safely from work. Yet we were putting all of this pressure on business owners and their employees to be the judge, jury, and patrol on this issue. So I'm hoping when it comes back before the board, those items are taken into consideration, and the businesses affected in this type of an ordinance, in addition to the legality of it, will be addressed as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the basic question is asking someone for an ID if they look under the age of 21. And I think up to 25 now, and some little signs, when I go into like Circle K or something, that says we ID anyone that looks under 30.
Madam
So
Chair,
now they're doing
the
that.
last board meeting when this was brought up, one of the situations is that people get very hostile when you ask them for an ID. They sometimes fly off the handle and get violent. And this happens more than people realize. And if you talk to the business owners and what effect it has on their employees, it's severe.
Mm-hmm.
Just asking for an ID can cause problems. So please don't discount it as if it matters not, because it certainly does to the business owners and their employees.
Right, but it also makes a huge impact at our schools, all of our high schools and all of our districts. If you ask any administrator there, what is the most disruptive thing that's happening right now is vaping all over campus, and the health effects are pretty significant. And so I think that having the health department chime in here and perhaps providing some resources to our schools, campaigns, those kind of things, I think that's going to be very helpful. But perhaps this is not something that we need. This is exploring the item to see, and I appreciate asking the county attorney for a legal opinion. We're not suggesting to supersede state law or anything. It's just how are we And is there a necessity? I don't know that there is, but I know that our young people have very easy access to a lot of these vaping and tobacco products. Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Hines.
So I just looked this up this morning because Supervisor Christie raised issues with state law, but now I found out this morning that there's already been federal action. Right. So what it said is on December 20th, 2019, President Trump signed legislation amending the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and raising the federal minimum age for sale of tobacco products from 18 to 21 years. This legislation, known as Tobacco 21 or T21, became effective immediately, and it is now illegal for a retailer to sell any tobacco product, including cigarettes, cigars, and e-cigarettes to anyone under age 21. The new federal minimum age of sale applies to all retail establishments and persons with no exceptions. And Dr. Garcia, you look like you have something to say in following up to this.
Go ahead, Dr. Garcia.
Chair Grihad, Supervisor Scott. So back at the end of 2019, the Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act was indeed amended to include the age of 21. The challenge is that for 8 states, including the state of Arizona, the minimum legal sales age is actually 18. And so the Attorney General is not able to enforce that federal standard because the state standard is 18. And so the legal conundrum that the state and locals face is a federal regulation that is essentially not enforceable.
Interesting.
That in and of itself leads to confusion on the part of retailers, right? So do they follow the state? Do they follow the federal one? And variability in terms of the kinds of enforcement activity.
So, and I appreciate that we're asking the county attorney to opine on this at either this meeting or a future meeting if they need more time to research. But given that counties are subdivisions of the state, I would imagine that would have some impact on us. Did that matter already come up, Dr. Garcia?
The issue of whether whether this could be folded into the general public health authority of the counties has actually been discussed previously during the previous set of deliberations.
Okay.
And at that time, it was determined that it was allowable and legal for this county to consider a different standard.
And we got an opinion at that time. The previous board got an opinion at that time from Ms. Lawal's office?
At that time, the Supervisor Scott, at that time, the county attorney weighed in, and I cannot remember if it was in the form of a legal opinion or if it was in the form of commentary.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gall.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. So I thought I heard that the Arizona age limit is 21, but now I heard Dr. Garcia say 18, or am I?
The federal.
The federal is 21. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. So I get it, but in terms of to Supervisor Christie's point, though, I mean, I'm about to have a wine bar. I can't sell to people, or my employees can't sell to people under 21. This is gas station attendants can't sell a case of beer to people who are under 20. This is the 21 thing, and carding people, and yeah, it's annoying, I guess, but like it's something that I believe the vast majority of those who sell any kind of products, like for example alcohol, are quite used to it, and those are also establishments where you are more likely to find vaping and tobacco products as well. So I think if anything, this will help those folks to align everything to the same age. It makes a lot more sense that way. But yeah, people can be jerks for sure. But I mean, this is the law, and this is a huge public health. This is important for public health, and we should do it. And frankly, I'd vote for an ordinance right now. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, so this would be to ask staff to get this information together and bring a proposed ordinance to the board for a vote, okay? So all in favor, I have a motion a second, yes? Oh my gosh, I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion a second by Supervisor Hines. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Okay, now we're on item number 27, Teatro Carmen. This is discussion, direction, action, allocating additional funds for renovation of Teatro Carmen. Administrator Lesher?
And chat with him. As you know, a couple of years ago, Pima County purchased the facility in 2022, I guess, the Teatro Carmen property, just about 1.1 million, and also dedicated $1 million at that time. We have had recently some damage to the roof and some potentially structural damage. As we note in the memorandum, it is our hope that the emergency repairs will be able to be reimbursed by insurance, and our focus is seeing if we can get insurance coverage for the work that needs to be done following those emergency repairs and dealing with some of the structural concerns. But the recommendation and the request is to allocate up to another $1 million in case insurance is unable to cover it.
Okay, so this would be in case insurance is unable to cover, we would allocate the $1 million, but if insurance can cover, you'll let us know, and then
That is correct.
that won't be taken out of the general fund. And this is county property, right? Teatro Carmen is.
It is county property.
Okay, I know we have Mr. Stratford here. Do we need any additional information? I'll go ahead and move the item. I have a second from Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I think it's a terrific project. I'm all in favor of preserving our past. It's in a significant barrio, but you mentioned that it's county property. I don't feel that it should have ever been county property, that if this is going to be some kind of a project, there needs to be more private sector involvement. If it's a venue for entertainment, that'd be a perfect rationale for it. Outside grants, but I don't believe that the county taxpayers should be involved in purchasing properties, particularly those properties that are so embedded in the city. So I'll be voting against this.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments or questions? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And Supervisor Scott has stepped away, so if he wants to vote in favor of this, he'll let you know. That item might be changed. Thank you. Item number 28, attractions and tourism, outside agency funding. This is, the funding available is $400,000. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? A lot of really great projects here that affect the entire county. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. We've addressed item 29 and 30. Item 31 is Juvenile Court Center Family Counseling Program. This is resolution number 2024-28. The Board of Supervisors electing participation of Pima County Juvenile Court Services Family Counseling Programs and providing $15,144 in matching funds. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Yes, Supervisor Scott.
I really appreciate that there's audio in the bathrooms.
I know, I do too. It's awesome. Did you want to vote on any of those items?
I would report a yes vote on both item 27 and item 28.
Great, thank you.
There's another example why we don't need libraries.
Chair Grijalba, Supervisor Scott, for both those items, we would need to go back and we would need to make a motion to reconsider.
Sure.
The
Okay.
item and then.
Yes, I think it's important. I thought it would just be easy enough for him to just say that. But we're going to go back.
Such a rule.
I know. We're going to go back to 27, and I'll go ahead and move reconsideration of the item. I have a second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And now we're going to move to allocate the funding for Teatro Carmen. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1. Now we'll go back to item number 28. This is, I'll go ahead and vote or move to reconsider the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. Moving to approve the funding for the attractions and tourism outside agency funding recommendations as listed in the agenda. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, we have addressed 29 and 30. And 31. Okay, now we're on 32. This is a Pima County Cooperative Extension appropriation of funds. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Scott.
just a quick question. What is the funding source for this appropriation?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, General Fund.
General fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I know that we have Ms. Zucker from the Cooperative Extension Office here, and I didn't know if she wanted to say anything to the board about this item.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were here for this item. I would have moved it up a little bit. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. We've addressed 33. 34 is the unfinished business from 6/4/24. This is to provide risk management information system. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 35 is the Metropolitan Tucson Convention and Visitors Bureau doing business as Visit Tucson. This is a general fund contract amount, and this is passed through by statute. We have to provide them, is it 50% of the bed tax? Okay.
No.
I just wanted to make sure because there were a couple people that mentioned this item in the call to the public, and this is by statute, this is a requirement. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number, okay. Item number 36 is community home repair projects. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 37, this is the Arivaca Community Center to extend the contract term and provide some CDBG fund housing. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 38, this is to provide emergency eviction services through Compass Affordable Housing. And I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 39. This is the city of Tucson to provide an IGA agreement for emergency eviction services. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 40, 39 had to be approved before this. This is to provide the IGA agreement. Can we explain a little bit as to why? Oh, this is the termination of the contract on 12/31/23 of American Rescue Plan Act funding. And so what we approved is what it's going to be funded, and this is removing the old funder. Make sense? Okay. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Can we take 41 and 43 together?
Yes.
Okay.
But do I have an opportunity to?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But I assume like they're all the same program. So go ahead and move items 41, 42, and 43. This is for PEEPS programs.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 44, this is the Friends of Arivaca Schoolhouse and Historic Town Site. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we take, I'll just do 45. This is legal representation for, of the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And this is outside pertaining to Bradley Lewis matter. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 48, the City of Tucson, 46. I don't know why, I'm just, 46, it's highlighted, that's why. Okay, this is the City of Tucson to provide shelter and services allocation from US DHS and FEMA, and this is contract. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Is this the activity that the Auditor General had an issue with?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, yes. And if you recall, the Auditor General's indication was, as soon as this is finished up, that was one of the items that was just hanging until June 30 when we can get this finished.
So this has not been resolved yet?
It has indicated it is being resolved, and this is the final piece of this, yes.
So it is resolved?
When you vote, when this is completed
We vote
today.
on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 47, this is to provide vector surveillance through the U.S. Department of Treasury American Rescue Plan. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
How was this paid for before COVID?
I don't know the Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Dr. Garcia, can you explain what the previous funding source has been?
Sure. Prior to COVID, and actually, we've been doing vector surveillance for mosquito-borne disease for many years. One of the challenges has been that we have not been able to do as much testing as we can. We've been limited in terms of the staff that's paid for with general fund, the testing materials that are paid for with general fund. What this does is it increases our capacity to collect more mosquitoes by bringing in this contractor, by doing better testing to be able to let you know whether West Nile is on the rise or whether Zika is here or not. So we have done this previously. We're using ARPA. We're leveraging ARPA funds to increase the capacity and coverage so that more of the county, especially rural areas, are covered by this testing.
Madam Chair, so even though this project and activity predates COVID, it's still going to be paid for by ARPA funds?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. 3-1, I apologize. Supervisor Hines is not at the dais. Okay. Item number, can we take 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 50, okay, I'm just going to go through that. 49 through 53.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Wait, was that through 53?
Through 53.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. 50,
Yes.
If you could make it to 52?
Sure. So is that okay with you, Supervisor Scott, the seconder? 49 through 52. Any, 48 through 52. Any discussion on any of those? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, now we're on 52. 53. You guys, seriously, I don't know what's happening today. Okay, 53 is to provide, ADP to provide HR payroll benefits and e-time management. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie, discussion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Question, is this extension another ERP delayed related expense.
Chair Grijalva, we have and Supervisor Christie, we anticipated that ADP would be ending at the end of this year. So we are just extending the contract to make sure it goes to January 1. The HR piece has been continued.
So you were anticipating, Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, you were anticipating that they would be done, and they are not. It's not going to happen?
We have anticipated it would be done December 31st of this year, which is why we're asking this contract to be continued until January 1st. Mr. Holmes, do you want to provide
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that's correct. We have always had our HR version of our modular of the ERP ending, or beginning, of January 1st of 25. So this was an anticipated part of the timeline. So this is not an extension because of any delays.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 54, this is to provide architectural engineering designs for the Pima County Adult Detention Complex. I have an issue with this item. I think that it is premature for us on an election year to move forward in this direction. We've had the Blue Ribbon Committee final report was on March 5th. We have the April 2nd meeting, we approved a new jail commission, and there was a proposal that was supposed to come back in early August to the board, and staff is to finalize the scope of work in the membership of the new committee, and that the leadership of the new committee will be identified, staff assigned, an initial work plan developed. I just think that, and we also have an election year, and not suggesting that there could be a change in leadership, but our current sheriff has been very clear about wanting a new jail. So I'm not sure if going through the process of hiring contractors and or architects to look at redeveloping the current footprint. In the Boss Air, it said expansion, which I am opposed to. So I wouldn't be able to vote for this item.
Madam Chair.
But Supervisor Christie.
In most respects, I know you'll be surprised, I agree with you. However, my main contention with this item is that it's being designated to be funded by PAYGO. PAYGO was unanimously voted by the prior board to center on street repair, not jail reimagination. So that's my conflict with it, as well as the fact that it probably is premature to be going into this process before we explore more avenues with the jail situation.
Administrator Lesher, did you want to address the PAYGO?
Chair Grijalva, yeah, just a reminder that PAYGO was for road repair and capital improvement projects. And since what we were looking, the recommendation for this is begin to see what we might need to do any kind of repair and maintenance, consistent with board direction regarding the allocation of PAYGO. But
thank you.
Just that clarification. I understand the concern about the delay.
Yeah, and I just think, let's say everything stays the same and leadership stays the same, and our sheriff has been very clear about the need for a new jail, not I didn't hear any support, or there wasn't any items put forward by any of my colleagues to move forward in that direction. And so I just think that it would be important for us to have a conversation with leadership, and there's an election coming up in November, so perhaps that would be an opportune time for us to talk about it. Supervisor Lee, did you want to add something? And then Supervisor
Yes,
Scott.
thank you. Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Administrator Lesher, can you just tell us more about your thoughts and why you put this on the agenda?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, what it was clear through the conversations with the Blue Ribbon Commission and with our staff is that assuming we do not build a new jail, there is a significant amount of deferred maintenance that needs to occur at the jail, and that it's going to need some professionals, as is this organization, to begin to go in and look at the jail, see what might need to be done. It's anticipated that the full analysis could take a year. And so we were looking at beginning it at this point in time so that we may have recommendations coming about what the cost for any kind of renovation, repair, attacking the deferred maintenance that estimate for those costs might be. The thinking is that then that could help inform a future decision about what path the board might go in terms of new jail or not, looking at what these costs might be.
Follow-up question?
Yes.
So are they going in and they're not doing building plans, but they're doing an analysis? Is that what they're doing? Or?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, they can do a variety of things under this contract. The first step is to really go in and look at what needs to be done right now with just the basics of the deferred maintenance, plumbing, walls, those sorts of things. They are an organization that has a breadth of experience related to jails. If there was a determination at any point in the future that we might want to do more, they could be, we can work with them for additional planning, but at this first phase is simply to look at what we need for any kind of deferred maintenance allocations.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Christie.
Actually, Supervisor Lee's questions anticipated my own because I recall that this was a recommendation from the Blue Ribbon Commission, and there's been discussion at this dais about taking on issues related to needs of the current facility.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor Hines.
Ms. Lesher, is the jail still mortgaged by certificates of participation?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie Mortgage, there is a list of county properties that are used for the COPS analysis, yes, and that jail is one of those properties.
And was the lender making requirements that we upgrade or repair their mortgage holding?
That is not a portion of
There were no instances?
requirement from the COPS, no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Hines.
So it's since this isn't any major expenditure for doing stuff, it's an in-depth analysis of kind of cataloging what has to be done. I don't know that, I think that this is the kind of thing that has to be done regardless of whoever gets elected, probably. This isn't let's do a whole new jail or not, or refer something to the ballot. So I'm comfortable moving forward. I mean, some of the stuff that I saw in terms of deferred maintenance, we wouldn't be able to, Banner South wouldn't be able to operate in that hospital property we owned if some of the situations I saw in the jail were in that hospital, again, a county-owned building. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this. I think it's a limited scope, but it's an analysis of what needs to be done so we can figure out what to do, what we have to refer, whatever. So I think we can move forward.
You want to go ahead and move the item? Okay.
I will move the item.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and I have a motion by Supervisor Hines and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any other discussion? All right, I'll go ahead and, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Grijalva and Christie voting no.
Madam Chair.
No.
May I
We're just
suggest that the board address items 55 through 65?
Yes, we have a couple of slides for 60 and 61. So can we go through 55 through 59?
That's fine.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move that. And then just as a reminder for item 56, this is approval of resolution number 2024-30.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Actually, that would be a motion from Supervisor Christie with Supervisor Scott seconding. So that was 55 through 59. Okay, and now we're on item 60. This is the Regional Transportation Authority to provide public transit and special needs. I'll go ahead and turn over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much. And if I may just quickly, we'll turn it over to Director Skinner. We just have a couple of slides because I think when you look at what we're doing in terms of some of the public transit and special needs transportation in Pima County with some of the fund of RTA, as well as the work going on in Houghton Road, it would be good for the public to just get a couple of minutes to see what has been occurring in those areas. Ms. Skinner, thank you.
Hi. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva and Board of Supervisors. I will be brief. I'm Catherine Skinner.
Is your mic on?
I'll get it closer. that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I will be brief in these slides, but as Administrator Lesher said, often we're here talking about the pavement on the road. The Transportation Department oversees many other elements, and those are important features of a complete transportation system. So if you'll turn to the next slide. This first agreement, it is the maintenance of effort agreement for transit services in Pima County. It's a contract we have with the Regional Transportation Authority. It's a regional RTA and Suntran both administer different aspects of the transit system in our region. Pima County has a contract specifically with RTA for this maintenance of effort. So next slide. We're served by many different types of transit services. There's the fixed route services. There are the neighborhood circulators that you might be familiar with in some of the smaller communities, dial-a-ride services, complimentary Sunvan and paratransit service, which is for ADA transit, and then, of course, express routes. Next slide. In Pima County, there are 10 routes that at least a portion of it are within the unincorporated county, and we have fairly high ridership and service mileage in those. So that's a list of all of the routes. I encourage anybody to go to the website. Suntran has a great website if you're trying to plan your routes. Next slide. Sun Shuttle routes. So those first few routes there that have numbers 412, 413, those act as fixed routes. So they're going to seem like your regular bus, but they are actually administered by the RTA, and they're more of a rural transit neighborhood circulator type route. The last three items are dial-a-ride. So it's just a different service mechanism for these rural areas where instead of being on the fixed timetable, you can call and find out when that route is coming. Next slide. Of course, there's express routes. Many county employees use these express routes as well as many others around the community to get to work every day. They usually only operate 2 to 4 times a day for those peak periods of going to work and going home, but they're typically longer routes from the outskirts of town. Next slide. And then one of the requirements of a transit service is having that complimentary American with Disabilities Act transit service. So this is really a door-to-door service for those in the community that are unable to get to the bus stop on those fixed routes. So that is also administered through this contract. Next slide. This quick slide just showing there's been increases just year over year. This is 2023 to 2024, an increase of 13 and 14% on those Sunvan and Suntran routes. Next slide. So the cost. This is a quick slide that shows the last 12 years. Of course, it's trending upward. You see a dip in 2021. That is when some of the COVID CARES funding was used to offset the transit costs because, as we all know, there was a lot of CARES money, and so that money went to the RTA. However, we were able to negotiate down our contract for that year about in half. But generally, it increases every year, and this increase is in the state statute. It's based on the GDP escalation. Next slide. That is it. So that's our contract for maintenance of effort. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Yeah, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yes, can you mention, Ms. Skinner, I didn't see anything about Robles Ranch. I do know 3 Points, there is a pickup there. Do you know which one of those routes?
I don't know offhand, but I'd be glad to get that information.
Okay, because it might be the Ajo to Tucson, they stop there, I don't know. Yeah. But I do know transit's a big issue for those in 3 Points, and they would get picked up by the community center there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 61 is to provide design and construction improvements to South Houghton Road multi-use path. And I believe we also have some slides for this.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Again, thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the Board of Supervisors. I will be brief on this presentation as well. I believe are the slides prepared? And this item is really to highlight, we talk a lot about funding, the challenges in funding with transportation. And so this is kind of how we go about assembling a single project. It's multiple funding sources, many applications. So this is the Sarita Houghton Road, South Houghton Road. This is down south near Corona de Tucson project. So if you go to the next slide. Shows a quick map of the location. So this is in more of a rural area, and the funding source we used for this was actually only available for areas with a population between 5,000 and 50,000. Next slide. So in this area, there's 2 schools. There's currently a facility that does not have any sidewalks. There's also a lot of the commercial in that area. So a bit of like a main street for this area. It's an area that over the years we have had multiple requests for some sort of pathway. So next slide. Here's a great shot. So you know that there is pedestrian usage when on your Google Street View, you can see this many pedestrians along a roadway. These are all kids going either home or to school, to one of those 2 schools there. So of course, not the most ideal facility for anybody to be walking to or fro. Next slide would show what we're proposing. So we don't have a final cross section, but this is to give an idea. Instead of being right adjacent to the roadway and what is a paved shoulder, there would be a separated pathway, and that would go about a mile's distance. It connects to an existing pathway that is right on the frontage of those schools, but it doesn't extend beyond that to where the kids would be walking. So this will give some better continuity there. Next slide. So this really looks at the funding that we have to pull together. So instead of it just being one funding source, we're using 3 different funding sources in order to deliver this project. The item 61 is specifically for the RTA match funding for the federal grant, but with all RTA IGAs, it really captures all the funding that will go into making this project complete. And those funds include $69,000 from the Regional Transportation Authority that is used as the match money to that RTAG, which is Regional Transportation Alternatives Grant. That's a federal grant. That's the one that was focused just on the population of 5 to 50,000. And then in order to make the timeline, this is a fiscal year 26 federal money for the construction. We are using our own local funds to do the design work. That allows us to accelerate that design process, and that's $212,000 of county HERF funds. Next slide. I think that is it. If there's any questions on that one, I would be glad to answer them.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Ms. Skinner, you and Mr. DeBonis were copied on a very comprehensive email that Mr. Casertano from your department sent to one of our constituents inquiring about the possibility of a multi-use path on Sunrise Road from Kolb to Sabino Canyon. That's also an area where you've got 2 schools, both Esperero Canyon Middle School and Canyon View Elementary School. And then, of course, you have Sabino Canyon National Recreation Area, which is about to get to an expanded visitor center. I know that we used a multitude of funding sources to pay for this path. I'm wondering if we can prioritize continuing conversations with the Forest Service and also potentially with the Catalina Foothills School District about the possibility of doing something similar on Sunrise Drive.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we're always open to looking for new opportunities for grant funding for projects. That specific stretch of road wouldn't have qualified for this funding source due to that population constraints.
But there are other funding sources that we could look into, including potentially partnering with the Forest Service and maybe the school district.
That's a possibility. We have good relationships with both those entities. We partner on other federal grants with the National Forest Service.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Christie, for letting me talk about something in your district.
Supervisor
I'm
Hines.
used to it.
Thank you. Question, just based on the proposed proposed structure that you were showing us, I was wondering maybe, would it be maybe a possibility to scoot the cyclists over and have a buffer zone for them as well, since we sadly they are at risk from our vehicular traffic? Would that, I don't think it would be a massive fence, but like maybe scoot them over to be kind of closer to where the pedestrians would be, maybe a buffer zone between the two of those as well. But would that be something that you all can look at possibly doing, or is it too far along?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, that's a great suggestion. So on our roadways, we typically keep that paved shoulder, which some cyclists choose to use, but we're envisioning this as a multi-use path or shared use path, so it will be wide enough to accommodate cyclists or pedestrians.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion and a second. No, we don't. I'll move the item.
Second.
A second by Supervisor Christie. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 62 is, can we do 62, 63, 64, and 65? Okay, I'll go ahead and move those.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. These are all for Sheriff Department, and one for Transportation. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. Now we're on to hearings. Item number 66. This is a liquor license hearing for Nye's Asian Bistro and Sushi Bar on La Choya. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing and move acceptance of the item. Second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 67 is a hearing for a fireworks permit at La Paloma. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item. This is for July 4th. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a second. Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Hines.
So yeah, I'm still kind of on a warpath with these permits for fireworks because there was a meeting a couple years ago and we had all sorts of like interpretations of the rule is 10-mile-an-hour winds. If there are 10-mile-an-hour winds, you have to not shoot off the fireworks because you could kill people, right? That's like the county rule, which I don't have the reference for. My staff told me it was very long, lots of digits, but I can find it if I need to. So we had like fire department folk here that were talking about having gusts of 15 and 20 and 25 miles an hour, and still in a particular incident, they shot off fireworks and bad things happened. So I have a lot of trouble voting for these things. We have a rule. It is there. It is 10-mile-an-hour winds or higher. And I just wonder, even for July 4th, that should be enforced. So I just wonder, do we make folks sign something that says we acknowledge that if there are winds of or above 10 miles an hour, we ourselves will not move ahead and fire off these. Do they have to sign something with a notary? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what I would like to be able to vote for these because I feel like kind of a party pooper here. But this is a huge public safety issue, and everything here is really ready to burn, especially right now. So I guess I'd like to hear from staff a little bit about what do we make these folks sign for these firework permits? Does it have the 10-mile-an-hour standard that is in our county law? And if not, can we do that?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, what you're looking for is the County Code 9.04.080, which is the section, just off the top of my head, E, that says no fireworks display shall be held during any storm or wind in which the wind reaches a velocity of more than 10 miles per hour. While it is in the code, the sheet that I'm referring to actually comes off the letterhead of the Pima Regional Bomb Squad. Once this if the board approves a fireworks permit, it then moves over and at one point go through a checklist, which the Pima Regional Bomb Squad representative contacts the sponsors to talk with them about the site-specific information. There is a fireworks inspection form they move through, and it includes the language indicating that they have adhering to all sections of the code, including the fact that they will not operate I'm looking for it right now, and I'm finding it. Oh, I'm sorry. Fireworks displays shall be stopped during any storm or wind when it reaches 10 miles velocity or more. That's on the checklist of the bond squad, yes or no. And finally, what we've looked at is that when these documents are signed by the representative of the organization, both the site representative and the operator's representative who have signed these documents assume criminal and civil responsibility for compliance with the provisions.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
As I share many of Supervisor Hines' concerns, and I am really pleased that our office has heard from a representative of the Westin La Paloma indicating that they are scaling back selling fireworks shows. They were coming to us with a lot more permit requests than any of the other resorts. But I'm comfortable voting for July 4th shows. However, I sent Ms. Lesher an email on June 11th, copying Chair Grijalva, noting that the current application for permits that you have to get from the clerk's office says the following: the local fire district and or the state fire marshal may conduct an independent inspection, which has the authority to override permit approval by us. Given what occurred last year, during the 4th of July show conducted by the Westin La Paloma, and given the current climate conditions which may persist through the 4th of July, would like the board to know before we vote if the Office of Emergency Management can reach out to all the local fire districts and departments to ask them the criteria they will use to allow any fireworks shows we permit on June 18th. So I wondered if you had an opportunity to talk with Mr. Clark about that and
yes,
what we can expect from the fire districts and fire departments.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, we will follow up with the list with you. We've worked with Director Clark and the Deputy Director in the department as well, and Sandra has been calling through each of the fire districts, has touched base with, I have a list of with whom she has spoken. We also had a brief conversation in that I believe it's tomorrow morning that all the fire chiefs are meeting, and it's one of the topics that we'll make sure is discussed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And now we're on the addendum. And the first item is a suggested update to the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations. This is discussion, direction, action regarding suggested update to the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations pertaining to decorum at the meetings. So since I put this item on, I'll go ahead and give some brief kind of background. So on the 10th of this month, I met with our security manager, John Stuckey, with County Attorney Fabian Pacheco, administration was there through Monica Perez, our clerk of the board, and our sheriff representative, our Lieutenant O'Connor was there, and we discussed what are some things that were like we possibly did in practice that are not reflected in regulation. So the biggest changes would be that members of the public are not permitted to stand in the aisles, walkways, or block exits. Members of the public may not stand or walk behind barriers intended for Pima County staff. And so there was a situation where we had some people standing in the back there. I did hear from some of the people that were sitting in that area, but also it's an issue for staff because we have staff that are looking and documenting things. And so when we're blocking those areas, it's difficult. I think the exceptions we would make is when we're doing the gems or something where we just have a lot of people and then they're all kind of leaving. But that would be one thing that is a concern. And the other is item number 8 is new, where it's like a removal. Should the chair direct any member of the public to be removed, the chair will recess the meeting. I think that's what we were told. It's just kind of like a way to de-escalate as quickly as possible. And the Sergeant at Arms will ensure all members of the public, if there is an issue that it cannot be resolved with, if someone refuses to leave is what the situation is. And all of this would be sort of dictated by the Sergeant at Arms. We'd kind of look at each other, talk to each other, or text. And the sergeant at arms will ensure that all members of the public exit the hearing room. Any member deemed to have violated these rules and regulations may be barred from re-entry. And if there is a delay in clearing the room, significant enough that there's, or some sort of protest or something like that, that I may decide, or the chair may decide to conduct the remainder of the Board of Supervisors meeting virtually. So then it sort of just kind of takes a little bit of the issues out. I mean, where everything can calm down and we can get the business of the county done. And then item number 9 would be regarding signs. Signs shall be limited to no more than 11 by 14 in size, and that the board chair or the vice chair acting as the chair can direct the sergeant at arms to have offensive signs removed. And some of them was, we had a couple of people, when the camera is this way, they were blocking like the actual live stream of the meeting with the sign. So it's just asking people to put them down. My hope is that everyone will be, comply, and then acknowledging the fact that when I was listening back to the last meeting, you can hear me and my voice escalate, but you don't hear anybody else. So I have to remember that like everyone can hear us, but so to me it was deafening, but on the video it's not deafening at all. And so, I think that none of us want to be in a situation where we feel threatened at all, and we might have different opinions on what is a credible threat or not. But in this day and age, I can't dismiss any of those. So those are some suggestions. I'm willing to have a chat about it or take a motion, whichever we like.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Would it be possible, I appreciate you meeting with Mr. Stuckey and representatives from the county attorney's office to put these rules and regulations together. Would it be permissible to ask if Mr. Stuckey could address us in terms of some of the whys and wherefores for some of these rules and
Absolutely. Do you want to come on up? Do you have specific questions?
I just wanted him to, full disclosure, I asked him before the meeting about the reason for some of these rules and regulations, but I just thought it would be beneficial to the whole board to hear why you suggested the procedures that are before us.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, and supervisors. In particular, the language is designed to articulate expectations on behaviors, that is the standing and things like that, because we want to keep our evacuation routes open and available and just mitigate risk. It's for everybody. It's for you, it's for county staff, it's for members of the public as well. What we specifically spoke about, and I think your concern is, why is, and the process that has not heretofore been articulated, what happens when we have challenging situations? If we have a disruption that requires a removal, perhaps we have a disruption that requires a removal and people that refuse to leave. Well, of course, we want to avoid a physical altercation at all costs, and as Chair Grijalva mentioned, to de-escalate. And so to take a break in the action, to provide an opportunity for members of the public to exit, and hopefully we get compliance from everyone. If we don't, then we have a moment to stop and make decisions and move slowly with clear direction on how to proceed, because it's been my experience that we have challenging situations. The opportunity to make decisions and move slowly almost always makes things better. And so it's just providing clear direction to me, to Lieutenant O'Connor, and to our security team on what is to happen and how things will proceed, so we have a plan in place and we're not making decisions on the fly.
Chair Grijalva. I was absent from our last meeting, but saw news reports on what was said and was absolutely appalled with some of the comments that were made. And then contrast that with today, where we had some people who had some very strong statements to make, but they did it completely within the parameters of the board's expectations in terms of behavior and deportment. But I do think that we need to have, not only based on what happened at the previous meeting, but in other meetings since this board was seated, we need the ability to be able to respond to situations like the one at the previous meeting. And I think getting informed and professional guidance from our Director of Security is entirely appropriate, and I really appreciate you taking the leadership on this.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yes. just some observations of experience with this board. If we've had removals before and we haven't had to have any rules in place.
We did, well, I'm familiar with the removal that happened, I guess, most recent in my recollection. And you're right, we didn't have rules in place. And we will be able to react to any situation, but I find it's best to have a plan in place so that we don't have to make decisions on the fly. And then it is at the direction of chair and supervisors on how you expect things to go. And again, with the opportunity to de-escalate as much as possible. We want to reduce risk to everyone in the room, including members of the public.
Well, and I understand that, but this, if the room is secure, we have security, we have check-in through
correct,
the outside there. If the room is secure, then where's the threat?
Well, the room is secure in that there are no weapons allowed in the room, but that doesn't prevent a physical altercation, and that's what we're hoping to avoid.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just concerned that the rules, if they're installed, will give kind of a carte blanche to the chair, whoever it may be, to implement them based by the chair's discretion that perhaps would not be in the best interest of trying to de-escalate a situation, but instead create a situation that could be used as a contrivance. In other words, to make a situation appear worse than it is and worse than it needs to be. I'm concerned about rules being installed and then the subjective ability to use them.
And that was one of the reasons why I wanted it to be in regulation, so there isn't as much discretion, because some of what I just made sense to me at the time isn't part of a policy and isn't something that the community knows is an expectation. And so it's really for that reason that I don't want there to be so much discretion, regardless of who's the chair, that you have, this is what's going to happen. And so, hey, by the way, if there is a disruption in this room for longer than is reasonable, then we still have to continue with the business of the county. And so let everyone know, we're not going to, and this has happened in my previous board service, that we had to stop the meeting. There was no other option. We didn't let everyone know what we were doing. And so this would be, we're going to walk across the street and we're still going to get the meeting done. Just letting people know that. And I think that I think we all, no one wants someone to get arrested unnecessarily. Tensions are very high. I think that they're, for some people, it's just going to get a little more stressful as the election, closer that we get to November. And so I just thought that it made sense for us to sort of put down on paper what we did in practice and what we might do in practice. And then a lot of this is the sergeant at arms saying, okay, so maybe it's time, he's gonna stand right there and tell whoever is sitting here, maybe we take a break. It's a good idea. So I think it made sense. And the other thing is I was watching what happens at the city council meetings. They have a very short window of time, 30 minutes. Once the meeting starts, you're not allowed to put in cards. And a lot of that was done, I think, as a result of kind of the environment that was created there. And I'd like to keep our system as open and accessible to the public as possible. Sometimes people don't know about the meeting until the day of, and there's an issue on the agenda that they want to speak to. I'd like people who are walking in the door to be able to speak to that. And I think that setting up some basic just standards on how we're going to comport ourselves here makes sense. If someone didn't feel threatened by the statements that were made at our last meeting, I did. And I thank Supervisor Lee for saying so, because sometimes I feel like I'm the only one that is feeling a little
Even though it was a 3 to 5 minute gap from when the words were said before somebody felt threatened?
But you have to understand that there's also a time where we leave this space. And none of us have security, where we're walking around, and some of the anger that I've heard and seen people that are coming up is very concerning. Very concerning. And perhaps those comments are not directed to you right now, and so maybe you don't feel it as much as I do, but I'm the one that is looking in the eyes of people that look very angry, so much so that I don't feel comfortable walking out from the dais. And that's not okay in this space. People can be angry, and that's fine. Be angry at the vote that we take, but more and more, they're personal comments. So they do feel very personal, and I just want to make sure that everyone feels safe in the space. So,
And there's a lot to be said about what, and you've brought it up just now, expectations that we have of the members of the public out here. And one of the things that I've always had an issue with, and I can't seem to find any reference to them, is in the preamble, I guess you could say, and public participation speakers, and what their limitations are. It states here, all attendees are advised that the Board of Supervisors strongly adhere to the rules of civility and decorum. Well, if we're to have expectations of the audience to strongly adhere to the rules of civility and decorum, we obviously have some rules of civility and decorum printed somewhere. Could I get a copy of the rules of civility and decorum that are referenced here?
sure. I'm assuming if they're there, I remember our previous chair would say that, and I wondered the same thing. I'm like, what are those? And that is it's very subjective to whoever's listening to
Well,
it.
if we're going to insist that there's an adherence to rules, they ought to be printed and available.
If nothing else, we can at least direct people back to our board, put a link there for the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations as it comes to public participation. That might be clearer.
I did find, our office did some research on it. We did find one, George Washington's rules of civility and decent behavior, but I think that's kind of outdated.
I agree.
Probably not acceptable given his status back then. Here's another one, the rules of Christian decorum and civility by John Baptiste de La Salle. I don't think that would be appropriate either.
I think
So
you bring up a very,
maybe it would
the
be-
need for updating.
There have been some printed rules of civility, so certainly it would seem appropriate that the Board of Supervisors, as is referenced here in the preamble, make available a printed version of the referenced rules of civility and decorum.
Either that or we update it with a link to our current
So
Board of
you're
Supervisors
probably in
rules and
agreement with me,
regulations.
there are no printed rules of civility and decorum, even though we've been insisting that people adhere to them.
Well, this predates
Yeah,
four of us, so, yep. Perhaps I didn't,
thank you.
yeah, thank you. Any other, Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Hines?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I just want to say, Chair Grijalva, I think you handled the situation 2 weeks ago wonderfully, because you de-escalated it without it even being here, and it worked. And you got us out of the situation, and I felt much better about it. But I will say that, and perhaps my colleague doesn't realize, but one of the individuals that has a website had stated something to the effect of going to one of our homes and parking outside the home, and so it becomes very personal. And so I too, the individual who made the threat, that I perceived a threat, that's my perception, I didn't want to say anything at the moment because that wouldn't be appropriate for me. I waited to the very end when it is our opportunity to say something. So, I mean, I do agree with you. We need to be as specific as we can, but we also need to have some flexibility on what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines?
So I know that folks that come in from the public through security probably don't have weapons with them, but I'm looking at two sets of 4 doors, right, that require simply 2 or 3 inch depression, and that door is open, that goes directly to a public area where people can walk around. So you could have like someone with God only knows what, with 2 people, one person weaponless, or at least metallic weaponless, coming through the magnetometer, sitting here, slowly making their way toward the back, and then one little bump of their elbow, and we've got a problem, we'll just say. So I'm not not to be a Debbie Downer here, but like we have to plan for some really, like there are definitely some folks that are not well and that think that because of the authority that we possess, even though it's often not on the subject that they're most concerned about, that we are going to be targets. So perhaps something about like those doors should not be accessible to the public from the inside unless there's a fire, unless there's an emergency. We need to use those in an emergency to evacuate, of course, but just maybe something while we're talking about protocols and things to do. I just don't completely agree that this is a secure weapons-free zone looking at that. So that's all.
Thank you. And we also spoke about executive session, the door there that is open to the lobby. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Certainly, Chair Grijalva, supervisors. Obviously, there is an access point to your executive conference room, and that is provided for your staff's access prior to the meeting. However, my direction to our security team is that once the meeting starts, that access to that door is going to stop. And so everyone else has to come through security. And that is just to minimize the total number of times that door opens to expose, an entry point to the room, whether you're there or not. And so that door will remain locked. Exceptions, of course, is largely I'm present there. And this applies to executive session and throughout the meeting. And if I may address your issues, Supervisor Hines, it is true that our fire exits on either side here doesn't take much to push that door open, but I'll remind you that the gates on either side of the walkway are also secured. Now, it's still fire exit, meaning you can push those open. However, it takes a bit more of an action to get both of those gates open. And one of the things that we always do prior to beginning the meeting, myself, Lieutenant O'Connor, will sweep the entire boardroom and your conference room, the dais, everything to ensure that all of these doors are secure from the exterior. Just to make sure that we start the meeting off as secure as we can. If you choose to make other changes in regards to participant public behavior here, we can certainly implement that as part of our security protocols.
Yeah. And I think I was watching one of the, I meant to touch on this when I was talking about the city of Tucson, the mayor and council meetings. They have a lot more TPD officers. We have one that can arrest here. We have one. They were escorting someone, didn't have to put their hands on the individual because there were so many of them that sort of encouraged exit. During the meeting, it was very minimal disruption. We don't have that sort of setup here. So I think it's just different. And they also have more officers outside. They also have some vet sec people. So I think that a combination of efforts makes sense. And it isn't needed all the time, but I think it's important to at least be able to tap into. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so this is to accept the updates to the Board of Supervisors, and then I would agree with Supervisor Christie that perhaps we just make reference to the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations as opposed to like a vague decorum sort of statement. Okay, so do we have a motion? Okay, I'll go ahead and move the changes. And then did you say, Supervisor Hines seconds. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 2 is opposition to interstate I-11. This would be resolution number 2024-31 of the Board of Supervisors affirming its long-standing opposition to the construction of the Interstate 11 through the pristine and invaluable Sonoran Desert land in Avra Valley, and imploring Governor Hobbs to direct the Arizona Department of Transportation to withdraw this route from further consideration. This is a result of an article that came out with Governor Hobbs making a statement basically that she's not going to take a position one way or the other. And so the resolution really outlines, I'm not going to read it, but it outlines a lot of the concerns that have been brought forward. And I think one of the most important ones in looking at it is that when they looked at the justification for this was, the bottleneck is not traffic. It's the traffic for the understaffed ports of entry, not so much our I-11, and that the last time that this was considered was several years ago without taking into account some of the other multimodal transportation facilities, existing corridors, those things that have been expanded since. So with that, I'll go ahead and move this, and it's resolution number 2024-31. And Supervisor Hines second. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
As one who was intimately involved in the creation of the section between Wickenburg north down to the border south through Tucson on my days on the ADOT board, there were significant reasons for this, in addition to the excessive use of trucks and semis on I-10 and the damage that they were doing to the road, as well as the congestion and unfortunately to the high rate of accidents along I-10. This was designed to be a bypass where they had these semis routed outside the area. Obviously, it had something to do with air pollution and things of that nature as well. And it also expedited the commerce and free trade and the trade between our countries and the free access to unfettered roadways. Initially, it started because Phoenix, under, I'm not sure which governor it was at that particular time, but they were only going to make it from Phoenix, Wickenburg to Las Vegas. And we felt very vehemently that if there's going to be some sort of a new interstate developed in the state of Arizona, that Pima County should be included, that Southern Arizona should be included in the conversation, at least have a seat at the table. So there's two issues that I want to bring before the board just for consideration, in addition to the one that probably in our lifetimes we're never going to see any kind of activity in this area. But one is that we have to realize road construction and highway construction has progressed over the last 30, 40, 50 years to the point where it is very sensitive to wildlife and to the environment and air pollution. It's very high tech now and very clear that they take the environment into consideration, and that the environmental damage that could be incurred by something like this really is not of the melodramatic way that people are talking about. It's very sensitive, very conscientious, and very thorough. A lot of studies have to be done, a lot of accommodations have to be made, and they all will be made and will be done before a spade is turned. So the argument that it's going to ruin the environment and wreak havoc on wildlife and crossings and saguaros and things of that nature just really doesn't stand the test of reality. Second of all, by asking the governor to remove this from any kind of future plans, that's removing Pima County from the table, having a seat at the table. At least keep Pima County and Southern Arizona in the conversation as a area that is worthy of new transportation, and bring Pima County into the 21st century so we can have part of a transportation system that makes sense and that will benefit congestion, commerce, travel, trade, and all other good things that are related to having a free and unfettered transportation system. If we take I-11 out of the conversation, we might as well go back to horse and buggy days, because we will be not only bypassed, and I don't mean that as a pun, we will be bypassed in any future discussions about any future roads or construction of roads in Pima County because of this type of activity, to condemn it and to ask that it's removed and not even have a conversation about it. So I urge you to consider the future and bring Pima County and its transportation network and needed network into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions,
Chair
comments?
Galva.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Hines.
I support the resolution. It's a longstanding position of this board, but I also support the construction of I-11, and there are other alternatives to be considered. The one that I've heard mentioned most specifically is that I-11 run parallel to the existing Interstate 10. So I agree with my colleague from District 4 that I-11 is necessary for all the reasons that it came about in the first place. But this route, I mean, just look at one of your whereases and all the different environmentally sensitive areas, county, state, and federal properties that would be impacted by taking the Avra Valley route. I support the resolution, but I don't think that supporting the resolution means that you don't support I-11.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
I think it's always nice to have an affirmative, not just a, hey, don't do this. So perhaps the subject for a different message to the governor would be a transportation alternative that I think makes a lot of sense, and that would be high-speed rail between Phoenix and Tucson. 8 years ago, almost, just at the tail end of the Obama administration, they got this project as close to shovel-ready as could be done at that time. I mean, like tons and tons of work put forth. It is ready. It is like pretty darn ready to go. And with a strong push from Governor Hobbs and with a supporting vote from Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, our own, and Pinal County Board of Supervisors, we could, I mean, draw down a heck of a lot of federal dollars and really make, and I think we could, we could do something really great and get the high-speed rail between Phoenix and Tucson. It would make so much sense. So I think like for a separate, but there are other things we could be advocating for in an affirmative way, not just saying, don't do this.
Did you want to add to one of the whereas somewhere? Oh. If you do, let me know. Like, because we have, by expanding capacity, developing multimodal transportation facilities, existing corridor, I mean, we can easily add language to that one.
Sure.
It's the one right before the therefore be it resolved. I'll go to Supervisor Scott and then, yeah.
Just I appreciate Supervisor Hines, your comments. I think it was either last year or the year before, we did pass a resolution when there was funds that were available for high-speed rail. Not only did we pass one, but there was a similar resolution that was passed by the Pima Association of Governments Regional Council. There was a joint letter that was sent, signed by Mayor Romero and Mayor Honey, and there was a companion measure passed by the Pinal County Board of Supervisors. Unfortunately, there was not one passed by the Maricopa County Board, but I wonder if I could ask the clerk to send a copy of that resolution to all the district offices, because I know we did that. And we did it after PAG had passed one, and it was passed unanimously by all 9 members of the regional council.
There is, it's the fourth one up from the very bottom that says, whereas the purported need for I-11 is based on traffic studies of many years ago that neglected to consider the rail alternatives and do not reflect modern transportation realities. Is that right? Okay?
Yeah, that's good.
I actually think Ms. Skinner wrote the resolution that we passed.
Nice. So it's like, I have it at my computer. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. One of the things that I could see us adding, because I do agree in part with my colleague, is to put that the need for the purported need for I-11 is based on traffic studies from many years ago, but then the next one, whereas such a new highway would divert cars and trucks away from existing businesses that are dependent upon commerce generated from traffic on existing highways, maybe we say, because of that, we would support adding on I-11 adjacent to I-10. What you were just saying. I mean, that was the one that I heard the most of, that people were supportive.
Absolutely.
That's going to be a challenge too. It just is.
It sure is. Let's see. I think it's fine to put it there. The only thing we'd have to do though is amend the initial proposal. And then who seconded? Supervisor Hines. Is that okay? Adding that? Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
any
Supervisor
chance,
Christie.
just as a suggestion, that since there are a number of revisions, that this be continued until the revisions are made formally and passed around?
I think that really the only revision would be adding on that piece to have it be, what was the term? I'm sorry? Yeah, to support an alternative route or
Adjacent to I-10. We support the route that would be parallel to I-10. I guess that would be it, because adjacent could be way
in Abra Valley.
Yeah, but parallel.
If people would like to hold off on this, that's fine. If that was one, it's a change to one of the whereases. I'm comfortable moving forward, but it's up to you.
Chair Grijalva, is there
Supervisor Lee.
Are they making a decision like any day now?
No, I think it was mostly a reaction to the position of our governor to not take a position that sort of prompted us to update this a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion, second, and you accepted the amendments, Supervisor Hines? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And then we have, item number 3 is the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission. Can we go ahead and take 3, 4, 5, and 6 together? Okay, I'll go ahead and move those remaining items. 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the addendum. And Supervisor Scott seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. 1:35.